I mean, when they bought ESPN, that was, I mean,
Tucker,
yeah,
was carrying ESPN for a while. I carried it Disney for a while.
they just been straight around.
Yeah,
Nobody wants to be.
and they just keep going. It's like there's no one going, are we gonna do this again?
Money after that.
Yeah.
You know what they did to Star Wars? That was, I mean, oh God, Star Wars was trying to make, I mean, they did that Star Wars for like 20 years, and now they had to cut back movies. I mean, there was supposed to be like 2 movies coming out this year, another one next year, they cut all those back.
Well, it's like I was telling you, it's like I'm blessed to have daughters and I love it, and having daughters, it's great to watch these Pixar movies. But so many of them are about girls.
You worry though that it presents an unrealistic expectation for society, you know, for that. Like when they,
Why you mean like girls all think they kick butt and all that stuff? Yeah,
well,
sure.
yeah, some of that.
I think 100% that's what it's meant to do. It's like, hey man, you want to be a wife and sit over your kids, you want to be out there kicking ass.
So what does the society look like where most of the women in it have bought into that lifestyle?
Look around.
No, basically we're not there yet. Like we're this
In LA we are.
yeah, your generation, though, I'm actually like an entire country of people of your children's generation, you know, growing up. What is that gonna look like?
Well, they say it's turning around. They say girls that know that women are just like, I'm not down with this. I just not down with it.
Yeah, it's hard for me to take. I mean, I think all that with a grain of salt because I thought we were in a little all over that. You know, most good solid people, you know, salt here.
Yeah.
We mark every inch they grow. That's making toxic stress. There are steps parents can take to help. Learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress at firsttrycalifornia.com.
Learn how to sail. Now let's take an adventure. Join us down the California Coast Island Hopping Expedition.
But I mean, you walk on the streets of LA and it's like going to Gibson now.
Oh, 100%. I got a buddy out here. I got a friend of mine who wants to move out here. And he's moving out here for work, but I really want to tell him on the Boston area. And I'm good. If you can't move, I can tell people, if you can't move to San Diego. Stay away from LA. Get out of here. San Diego's phenomenal. But enough of that. So, speaking of my kids, you know, so your whole parenting right now is all you do is try to keep your kids preoccupied. Because if not, they're on their tablets or they're watching, like, all my daughter watches is Power Ranger toys videos. And there's just dudes breaking down Power. That's all she wants to watch.
Weird, dude.
It's so
Like
great.
my nephew, he was into shit like that too, just weird videos that it looks like somebody made on their iPhone.
There's these people crushing it. Millions of views. And I don't know if can you look up how much money you make off a million views on YouTube?
It's not, I think it's like, it's thousands, but it's not like crazy numbers. It's,
But then you make your money off of all the product endorsements.
oh yeah, that's where they make real money.
Yeah.
On average, you can earn 2,000 to 15,000 per million views.
Hold on, that's a giant range.
I think
2,000 to
how long the
15,000.
video is, you know, monetization, like
Yeah.
whether it's fully monetized, and I mean, you know, what
My daughter loves
yeah,
Power
you
Rangers.
know,
We're now the Power Ranger phase.
has she seen an episode of Power Rangers? Or she just likes Power Rangers toys.
She loves the Power Ranger toys.
She's not seen like the show.
No. She just loves the toys.
That's like,
No, it's crazy. It's crazy.
I remember that as a kid, like only knowing wrestling.
makes me
from,
sad
like,
that
Jake the Snake toy, you know.
We're out of our Sesame Street phase. Like they're and like I just like like what is this Sesame Street? I get so sad. I'm like, these guys, 3.5. They're hauling, bro. They're
I
hauling.
see my nephew for the first time in like 4 months now, and it's just, I mean, he's like, I see pictures and he's like a different person.
Dude, there's times I pick up my daughters and I'm like, did you just grow? It's crazy. It's crazy, dude. Johnny, I've been thinking about your time stealing idea,
Yeah.
and I'm thinking that there could be something to it. Like, they want like we're living so unhealthy now that they want us to think we're living longer by shortening time.
Oh, that's interesting.
So it's like we're so unhealthy now that like it's they're saying you're dying at 75, but really it'd be like 67. Like it's like because they're shortening time to make you think you're living longer when in reality you're dying quicker.
Almost like the program's trying to run more iterations, like more simulations.
Yes.
So we gotta get these people out of here.
Yeah. Turn around, turn and burn, turn and burn, turn and burn. I was just thinking about that the other day because I feel like time is going so fast. Time also goes really fast when you have a very strict set schedule.
Absolutely, yeah. One of the things when I was doing some research about this, because I have an interest, in kind of slowing things down, absorbing things more, one of the only ways to do that in your adult life is to create novelty, like do different things, go
Gotta
to
do
different
this
places.
fun stuff.
The opposite of that, you just said, is routine, and that just, weeks turn into months, turn into years.
But you like routine.
I kind of do, yeah. I mean, I feel healthier when I have a routine, but it does make things fly, so that's the problem.
I like routine.
It depends on who's deciding what the routine is. Like when I was in school, I hated it. I absolutely hated school. But if I'm making a routine, I'll make it.
I like structure, but at the
I
same
hate it,
time,
I like it, I need it, but I won't.
I do need it too. Or else I'll just be like lollygagging around my knee. And it's like when I get idle, my brain starts wandering like, what felonies can we
Yeah,
commit?
yeah,
I'm not even lying to you, dude. Like my hobbies are all felonies. Like I love it. It just is like fun. And I just gotta stay committed. That's why I do 2 martial arts a day, like just move.
By the way, the 75-day thing, how's your energy level? Dude, my energy, I'm getting so much shit done now, my girlfriend is out of town.
Yeah,
And
we talked about that.
Like,
The dream killer's gone.
my energy is just like through the roof. I feel like I'm getting a lot of shit done, man. Like, and I had like late days.
Let's go, let's get it done. Let's get it
Alright,
done. Go.
No, really.
No, because I go all the time.
Are you calorie restricting too much possibly?
Maybe I'm drinking a lot of water, but dude, I'm 50 and I'm working out twice a day. It's a lot. Yeah, but you're also in your 30s.
Yeah, I don't know. But I mean, I feel better than I did when I was. So I'm looking forward to seeing where this ends up. Like I feel really good.
Did I yell at you too much at the beginning of the show?
No, but you were clearly like, this is something I know because you brought this up a few times. It bothers you that I say this, but I only say it because people tweet it to me, and
What?
that it's like that it's not, there are harder, more difficult things to do than podcasting, and I just don't think hard is the right word.
I just don't think people. I'm not saying I'm doing rocket science. I'm not saying I'm running into buildings and saving people from fire. I'm within podcasting. Okay.
Different things too. Those are important.
Right. Whatever it is not easy to come up with 5 entertaining shows. It's just not.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Like I already think this episode is freaking weird. And it's because I'm out of my rhythm and because I'm
Well,
on
we didn't really mention it. Okay, so I'm going to be out of town this week. Spend that down the live surgery, not a big deal, but it's from the farm. That's one of so we recorded Friday, was it Friday? And now we're recording again Sunday, which is, that's a really quick turnaround for us. Sam hasn't had a lot of time in his life.
Yeah, that's all.
And so you're gonna get what you want right now. It's a sampler of what,
Yeah.
of what it would be like if we did 2 or 3 a week.
Not good.
We really couldn't do 2 or 3.
We could not do 2. The only way, and I've suggested this before, is that we cut the show in half.
Yeah, it
Because
makes sense feedback on that.
statistically, I'm not, listen, I know there are people, and we're very thankful that you listen to the whole show. I'm very thankful for that. But statistics, data shows us that most of you are only consuming about 35 minutes of this 2.5-hour show. And it's just like, what's this episode gonna be called? Our Hard Life?
It's a hard knock life for Sam.
It's a hard knocks life for us. It's a hard knocks life for us. Anyways, so we start out weird. Anyways, I'm sorry. I feel like I'm shit the bed here. Speaking of shit the bed,
So, okay.
I almost shit my pants the other day. Again.
You all, no, it's funny, the last time I brought that up, you said you don't do it a lot, but you do.
Do you want me to finish my kid's story, or do you want me to go to shit the pants and go back? Okay, so
No, we might be right at that. We go and shit in the pants.
So I work all week and blessings that Dana tries to figure out things to do with the kids. And it's like everything's expensive. We're trying to get my kids into gymnastics. There's sets times, and if you don't get there on time,
You're already at the age to do that?
oh yeah, bro.
What is that like? Is that a bunch of kids running around a room jumping?
Yeah,
You gotta be mad.
yeah. Oh, it's chaos. And these women who run it, and there's a couple guys, they're just blessings. They're wonderful people.
Those guys, I'm very curious. Yeah, let me just take a strong, long look.
Yeah, well, as a parent, your whole job is to basically John Wick everybody on who's the touchy feely guy.
Yeah.
That's your whole thing. I trust nobody. Nobody. None.
You don't feel that way when your kids are screaming?
What?
I mean, how do you feel about is that? You think about it like when you leave with strangers like that for a lesson or something. Does that freak you out?
Oh, I don't think.
Oh, you don't leave with a lesson?
No, they're called mommy and me, which I find to be discrimination. What about daddy and me? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm in my kid's life. I guess I'm an asshole. Right? What do you mean nobody's raising their kids in LA?
Yeah, exactly.
Really?
Well, I mean, a lot of wealthy people that have they have like 3 nannies.
I get that. And what is that about? What is that
But
about?
it's people who want to have the convenience of the single life without children.
No, you know what it is? It's like, the truth of the matter is like the system's set up to spread you out. It's like you gotta, like, Dana always says, it's like, how did my mom take care of 4 kids? You're like, well, that was her only job. And she was around all her friends, and they had help. Your father had a job who had to set hours, and that's all he did.
Yeah, dude, you could work in a machine shop and pay enough money. You could get paid enough money to raise
To
your
live
family.
a
So,
great life.
and you could buy a car and have a house, and your wife didn't have to work.
That is the beauty of the day. Now you got to be like a Haitian and have 15 jobs, right? You got to have 15 jobs. When I moved to LA, I worked every day for months. Months. I had a job every day.
My dad hasn't had a vacation in 15 years. I mean,
All I did was work, bro.
never had a vacation.
All I did, I went from Crunch to Valley Parking at the Sunset Towers, which is called what's it called? The Andras or something?
It's the actual salon does.
No. This is a different one.
Oh, the one across the street, right?
You know where Saddle Ranch is? It's the one across that. Yeah, I forget the name of it. I think it's
Sunset Tower.
now, but it was something else when I
Oh,
went.
it's
Yeah. And it was like I went there to there, there to there.
What's that building? That's a nice building. Is it like?
Well, do you know that John Wayne had a whole floor there with a horse that just went around there?
A horse? What do you mean?
There was a horse inside that
Like a
hotel.
living horse?
Yes. He brought a horse up there.
That's uncool.
Well, yeah.
The service out there.
Oh, you just think about what these guys used to do.
What if they had to break it up and then like grow up?
Well, that's another thing. You know what else is the big problem? Why entertainment sucks now? Is anybody who's just a little weird gets ran out. You can't be a little weird now.
Yeah, although now, I mean, I think like you said earlier with the strike, everything's cheap. Now it's almost meaningless to be in or out. You know what I mean? You can do your own thing. You have the talent.
Yeah. I mean, it's good. You could see, I'm being dead serious, houses just going for sale left and right.
That would be great.
In Los Angeles. I would love that too. So anyways, so you gotta do activities. Right now, my friend Mike Romanelli, we own the The Dojo, it's his family's restaurant upstairs. It's the Dojo. It's called Tips. Below is his steak restaurant, and above is the Dojo. And we run together. His kids have been in martial arts since they were 3.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What does that mean, running it for you? Because it's on the East Coast, right? What do you do? Does that just mean like advice, like when they were setting it up?
Yeah, I basically help them.
Both company, like what?
We both own the name, the Dojo Company.
Oh, I see.
And the percentage of the sales of everything goes into our pot. But I make no illusions. I don't make a lot of money off it because they're not really looking for that. I'm kind of just establishing the brand to blow it up and then bring it up. That's my goal, is to franchise or whatever the dojos are called.
Would you ever have another one in LA?
I would love one. My brother wants to do a comedy club in Niagara Falls.
That would seem like a good place for a comedy.
For sure. I think these dead cities are gonna get flipped.
What do you mean by that? Like flip my house?
Yeah, I think that you're just gonna see hipsters come in and just redo everything. That's the beauty of it. I think Niagara Falls is gonna have a big flip. I think Detroit will get flipped. It was just gonna be interesting to see how the future is. A lot of people think it's going to shit. But anyway, so you gotta find events, you gotta find stuff for kids to do. You got to keep them occupied. Even though I don't remember my parents doing this with me. Back in the day, you just let your kids grow and come back at 5.
It was the opposite for me. My dad was like an RS with like sports and stuff.
Really?
Like just work until it was dark. And then that was my whole day after school, just practice. It was a cow in the hen house. That was true.
Oh, really? I heard it was a horse. They told me it was a horse there.
At LA times. All the details of Sunset Towers from 1988.
Okay, so before I worked there, but at that hotel, it was a horse.
Yeah, they said it would be difficult to get a horse or a cow in those elevators, but the more was a cow. It's interesting. So wait, so are they enrolled officially in? How do they take it to the gymnastics? Like, is it really even worthy of being called gymnastics, or is it just like exercise?
Dude, you watch kids have like 5, they're doing ninja flips.
Really? Like,
Yeah.
advanced stuff?
Yeah, they just take them through it. They just
Like trampoline stuff?
everything, trampolines, cartwheels.
Do they like it? Like, you worry about it being something stressful out? Like,
No, my kids aren't stressed at all. They just want to rent shop. Okay. Ghost does it if she wants to. If she doesn't want to, she's like, no. No, not happening. And like, what am I gonna do?
how does that work for discipline?
So Johnny, I can't explain to you enough how hard it is to discipline your child today. It's so hard. It's not. It's just like all you do is get brainwashed from your young that be mean to your kid. Like I saw something today. Oh, yelling at your kid raises the anxiety. I'm like, well, great. I did.
Now, obviously, that's why it works, because it makes it anxious.
Yeah, but they're guilting you into not doing it. And now they want you to negotiate with terrorists. That's what they want you to do. It's like, no, man, you gotta discipline your kids. It's so hard.
They did this Always Sunny episode where they went back to what was like Chuck E. Cheese and 3 different generations, like the older generation, which is Danny DeVito. He was like, yeah, we used to come here, and when we were back, they would smack us in the head. And then the next generation, which is kind of the middle-aged generation, they were like, yeah, that used to be where we get put the time out, you know. And then they show the kids that are there now, and they get taken in and have mediation with a counselor, you know. And it's like, sit down.
Yeah,
It's like everybody's getting their feelings.
Yeah.
Can you imagine asking your parents to respect your feelings?
Yeah, I mean,
You're a
like,
kid, you forget about
I had this epiphany the other day that that's my job. I'm a bad guy.
it.
I have to be bad guy. I have to be bad cop. I have to.
Yeah, that's you.
Yeah. I hope they understand. Like, all I do is tell my kids how much I love them every second. And then I tell them, shut up. Johnny, hand to God, shut up. Okay? Johnny, can
How does
you
that work?
no. It doesn't. So we have this intense discussion. And I have to go, you need to listen to your father. Okay? because I'm not putting up with this anymore. Right? And I just have, because you want to be stern with that. Because I'm trying to teach them the game of life. That's all right. And then you're like, dude, when your kids cry, you're like, I'm the biggest monster on planet Earth. I'm
It's so true, bro. It's so
Yeah.
true.
yeah.
What is the answer though? What do people know these things? They say you're supposed to.
Well, I mean, dude, you gotta, the truth of the matter is, man, is I think there's a lot of stuff that's in raising children that's BS. And it's about inserting yourself into a process and making money off it. That's what I really do believe. And that in reality, that you as a parent have everything you need to raise this child right. Now, if your kid has special needs, that's a little different, and you gotta get some help.
Actually, they sound like a book you mean.
Well, yeah, books. I mean, just all it. There's just so much that goes that, particularly women love to watch YouTube videos, tell them read books. I'm telling them, but in reality, you have it inside you.
No, genetic. Yeah, I mean, it's got to be.
That's it. That's it. So we decide to go and we go swim. And the first, we made the mistake of doing 2 events in one day. With your kids, you don't want to do 2 events in one day. It's just too much. It's too much. Like, if you ever been to Vegas, you're like, okay, we're going to go golf, then we're going to go watch the show. By the end of the show, you're like, bro, it's just too much.
Yeah.
It's just one thing.
That's so fun.
Right, yeah, one thing, that's it. And then let them chill. And you gotta let them chill. I think we're like, we're really getting bombarded with, like, if they watch television, you're an awful parent. And I just know that my parents let me watch television all the time. And I don't, I'm sorry. Here's what happened when, is it that the kids are out in nature running around? Is that necessarily the greatest thing ever? Or if our kids just sitting around enjoying themselves, killing time? I mean, you can't micromanage your children at all. So they kind of got to go find themselves.
Yeah.
And when they get bored with TV, they go find something to do.
Yeah.
It's not fun. It's like this guilting of everything. I get it. They have the tablet all the time. It's probably not the best thing. Except for the fact that the future is all going to be tablets. And they're going to be working on everything.
Best thing my parents did for me.
Yeah, I mean, Johnny, how old were you when you got it?
Like the first one that was actually mine. Now, my grandfather gave me one. He worked in technology. Probably like 8 or 9.
I mean, just imagine what your grandfather could consider technology.
Oh no, he was hip, dude. Like he worked like in like corporate for Radio Shack and like had all like. So he was my grandmother's husband. Her husband, my real grandfather, died before I was born. And he worked, like I said, at corporate Radio Shack, and he would always have a computer in his house that I could use. And I went over there one time and made the mistake of looking in his browsing history. And he had this website called Jacking World. I was probably like 11 or 12, And I looked at it, and all the website was this. It was like everything you ever want to know about jerking off. Like it was like this, and it's still up. I'll show it to you. And it all looks exactly the same as it did when I saw it in the 90s. It's called jackingworld.com. Here it is right here. This is exactly how it looked when I was a kid. The ultimate male masturbation resource.
So, do you think your grandpa was bisexual?
No, I mean it's not gay.
It's your grandpa's looking at Jackie.
No, it's not pictures. It's like techniques and stuff to jerk off. No, I mean look at it. It's what it looks.
There's no video.
No, it's like cartoons. It's all just like culture of jacking off, but it's really weird. It's what like look. We just published
Guys,
now.
by the way,
He was a woman. That's why it didn't work out.
Jack in the World is on Twitter and Facebook. In case you're wondering.
No, Facebook just
Can you find Jack in the World on Facebook?
jacking world.
Jack in the World. Can you go to the Facebook page? No, just click it.
I didn't.
Oh shit. I mean, well,
Okay, quick sign for anyone that it resonates with. Um, that's so funny. B plus J. Let's see. This is typically someone not able to get like a good night's rest, a good night's sleep. Um, this kind of tandem, this duo. I might start reading in tandems, meaning two cards. We'll pull, see if we get anything like that. Let's see. Yeah, someone feels as though that they're kind of out on a limb on their own. They're not able to manifest what they're desiring. Confusion, lack of directionality here. But there is like a good time to come here. The Sun card in the upright, Ace of Sword in the upright. This is about success, victory, truth, fun in the sun, able to enjoy yourself. Okay. Yeah, heavy on the distraction energy here. The inability to manifest. This is kind of like putting your inability to manifest to the side, maybe for the weekend, some sort of reprieve from all of that. Stubbornness, discipline, feeling as though someone doesn't have their feet under them, their stability under them. You will gain your balance. You have a good track record and history of being able to do so. This is traveling to work or employment or some sort of collaborative effort. You're trying to lead with kind of kindness and warmth, tempering your emotions. It feels as though that you're moving towards a twin flame connection. You might be closer than what you imagine. Okay. It feels as though that you're entering this kind of new balancing of the karmic scales, possibly through celebration, friendship, and even romantic relationship here, twin flame. All right, guys, holla for one-on-one reading. Peace.
4,000.
Oh, the last time somebody uploaded to Jacket World, what'd you get? A DM? You get some
I don't know what it
message?
is. Oh, no, it's a good one.
Okay. Oh, the last time Jack in the World I commented on something on Facebook was 2 of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really awesome. I had to be like 11 or 12, so here's the thing. So he came to me like a couple days later and he was like, hey, did you have to go in my browser history? And I was like, no. And he's like, you sure? You didn't see anything? I'm like, no. That was it. Like, he didn't say anything else, but you can tell he knew that I knew. Hey, everybody.
Now that it's summer, you might be looking for wholesome, convenient meals for sunny, active days.
Factor, America's #1 ready-to-eat meal kit, can help you fuel up fast with flavorful, nutritious, ready-to-eat meals delivered straight to your door.
Hello, Sam.
It's just a weird website, but what do you do?
Yeah, I learned that house is still up. You
Yeah,
learned a
it's
lot
weird.
about Jack and all.
Oh, yeah, because this was like right around that age.
Do you remember the first place you punched a munchkin?
I do.
Where'd you punch a munchkin first?
On the farm. I went out to the woods, basically.
And you just started pounding pub?
Right.
Oh, good.
Because I just didn't, like, I didn't think in the house was safe.
Okay, do you remember the game plan that, like, you met, like, okay.
I went behind around a
Is this after your world?
probably Jack in the World. Don't get it right. Respect Jack in the World.
Jack and World.
But yeah, it was well, there's a Q&A on here.
Johnny, go to Facebook real quick again and go, hey, everybody around?
Dude, I'm
Come on, bro.
I'm not putting anyone. But look at this. Let me see, like, open resources. Let's see.
Dude, go back, Johnny, one more time, go back. This is the best. Why are you charging for information that should be free? That's so
Oh, is that on the
dumb.
Q&A?
Yeah, go,
Where did you see that?
Right, oh, no, you just passed. Go up.
Oh,
Here we go.
let's see what their answers are. I actually had to join. So
You
it's
should
like
join
a
Jack.
website.
That's how you know.
It really has been that long. It's like crazy. And this is exactly the logo's the same, everything.
By the way, Jacket World looks exactly like what the dark web looks like. By the way. This is what the dark web looks like.
Yeah, it's because like to have a lot of assets in the dark web, those introduce vulnerabilities, you know, that can be taken advantage of, like JavaScript and stuff. So they shy away from those on the dark web.
Johnny, so you went to the woods and you punched the
Behind
monster.
a giant round hay bale, yeah.
So you were in the woods. You were
Well,
just
at the edge-
behind the
at
barn.
the edge of the woods. That's where I put the hay
And then you
bale.
look around and then you go, it's time.
It was like in dark, yeah.
Okay. Now, did you wait for dark because you thought no one would see you?
Like, of course, and then I was like, maybe they've been some kind of like night vision, I don't know about, you know, I was like really caring out. It was weird. It was weird.
I punched the musket the first time in my bath.
I shut the door and I remember, like,
I just had a boner, so I just started going for it. And I was like, wow, man.
I let me know, man. I would have it was a jacket for, but I don't know.
Really? That's what you I just
I
did
mean, I guess
it.
so.
I just did it.
I
I just invented something.
Dude, did you have this thing where I would jerk off to the JCPenney kind of like the bra, the brassieres, you know, the underwear?
Johnny, I was introduced to pornography. My dad
How'd you get
loved Playboys.
Oh, you had
Oh,
it.
my dad loved.
See, my best friend, his
He
dad had
just stacked them in his closet. I felt so bad for my mom as I would take them and fucking stare
Well, at
at
least
them.
he had a lot. See, my friend's dad, he didn't have many. And so we were always like the risk that we would notice, so we would like steal.
And then I would, like, once in a while, my dad would have these high-end Canadian ones. These high-end Canadian porno bags, and I tried to steal them.
He didn't have
And then I went to my dad going, hey, let's do business. Let me sell this in school.
Did you
Like,
really?
Yeah, my dad's like, I'm a teacher there. And no, you're not selling my porno bags.
Should have told him.
Why?
We could have done it with behind his back.
Yeah,
I
I
didn't
guess
know they were Canadian bags.
because that you could just tell the way they were.
What does that mean?
They had like Canadian money on them, how much it cost, all this shit. I could just tell them. I think it
I
was
just remember seeing
Fox.
this one called Jim. Do you remember Jim? Yeah, I was like, it was like, he was kind of dirtier than Playboy, you know?
When you think about those chicks that were getting naked, then how much outlaws they were.
Oh, big.
Bro, they were like, and then like at some point, an insanely hot one said, I'll do that too. Right?
Yeah.
I'll do that
That's
too.
exactly right, yeah.
And then it was just over.
The end of it.
Yeah.
Jen was a pornographic.
Johnny, have we talked how we lost our virginity?
No, but I then called other people. I said that
I don't
I'm
care.
still young enough.
She doesn't care. Why would they
On
care?
the first night, would absolutely care.
I
You
remember,
can talk about your
yeah, because she came up to me, and this is life. I knew her through, we were hanging out, she drove a Jeep, and she's pretty badass.
Gee, ooh.
And she came up to me, she goes, hey, tonight we're doing it. I go,
Really?
what?
See, that was my fantasy. I really wanted something.
We are? She's like, yeah, we're doing it. Yeah. This which is very cute. I could have gotten laid earlier by Chris and Pavro, but I was so dumb I didn't understand. I just played it all wrong.
Yeah, dude, I did that so many
Johnny, there would be times in college where I'm talking tens, would lay in my bed at night, and I'd be like, I'm the fat Jew, something good bunch. I'm you don't like that, and I got into that. Right? You're like, I respect you too much to try to make you do something as unholy as sex.
I remember this girl Alicia came to my dorm room one night, and I was sitting at the computer, and she was like, "Honey, can you look up something for me?" And she started sliding her hand down my leg, and I was just sitting there paralyzed at the computer, like, "You need to look up." And then there's nothing. I mean, just because I was just like,
So I made a rule that if a chick sleeps in my bed, she's probably there for fun, right?
"Shit."
And you got to do some heat checks in case they're not. They
Yeah.
don't get you in
Yeah,
trouble.
there are a few chicks that are weird.
You have to do heat checks. But I was like, these girls would never talk to me after I did try to hit it after they slept in my bed with me that night.
I respect.
And they got so mad. They're like, I laid in your bed, you get hit on me. I'm like, I didn't know you gotta tell me this stuff.
Yeah, they find that assault.
They do. But then, then you get mad and you hit on them. It's so weird.
They really do have all the cards. You know what I mean? They hold all the cards.
Yeah, that's the whole thing.
It's depressing.
It's just like there's a video out there somewhere that I can't find now about some guy paying two chicks to kick him in the nuts. He's getting kicked in the nuts.
When I came in the studio today, I just heard Samuel, "Oh, where is it? Up here. It's not here. It's disappeared." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And he's been searching for this video for probably an hour now.
Anyway, so we go swimming and nothing really crazy happened. Ninja loves it, Ghost hates it, and then she loves it. And so there's nothing. But after that, Danny's like, we gotta go to Bubble World.
Bubble.
Yeah, it's called. Will you look it up, Bubble World? It's like Montebello, bro.
For Jack.
No, come on, dude. We're talking about my kids. Keep Jack the World out of that, bro. Talking about my
You
loving
hate on Jack World.
Johnny. So,
Bubble World experience. And
by the way, LA is very liberal. They're very liberal in LA. It's not LA. It's Montebello. And I have a rule.
What's
Okay?
that?
Yeah, if I get on 3 highways, I'm not going.
If Sam has to get on 3 highways, not LA.
Yeah, that's not LA. Bubble World. Not LA. For sure. So, anyways, so we do bubble, we do swimming. The kids never eat. By the way, Johnny, nobody ever tells you that it's impossible to get 3-year-olds to eat. They will not eat. They don't want to eat. You try to give them a buffet of food, they just don't care. Now you're on $50 for food that you just spent because you didn't. But when do they eat that, Johnny? They never eat. No.
You have what's the rule on it? You have to feed them proactively, or will they just eat them?
Yeah. And then I see the story about some couple who got arrested because their kid weighs 30 pounds. I'm like, well, how do you know that kid want to eat?
How old is the kid?
Yeah. So, they have everything. They like sandwiches. They like, fruit.
Are you thinking about nutrition and all? Like what?
Yeah. You start with nutrition. That's what you start with. You're like, let's hit the 4 food groups. Please, eat this. You need to grow. And then, I know, but you're like, you want to get a fruit, you want to get some protein, some everything. And then at the end, we're like, will you please eat these gummy bears? Just eat something. Just please, God,
Hours.
I'm going to go to jail if you do not eat something.
It's so interesting. I would have thought. I mean, I just remember all I did was
No, they don't they used to eat all the time, and now they're on this I don't want to eat kick. Strawberries, blueberries,
sometimes like they
raspberries.
don't go to the bathroom because they're trying to like retain some control or something. Is what I've heard. But maybe it's that way with your kids.
I don't know, bro. We're trying our hardest. So we try to give meat, they eat a little bit. Okay, it's like, we gotta hurry up, we gotta get the bubbles in. So we jump in the car.
Bubble world.
Yeah, bubble world. So we get in the car, bro, and I mean, if this is a Saturday,
Okay, guys, feel free to reach out for one-on-one reading. Take it if it resonates. Okay, going within helps facilitate your freedom and being able to come out of this period of stagnancy. There's going to be a personal resurgence or renaissance, a new start here. Okay, coming out of sadness, coming out of worry. An open feeling and openness, not having to fight as much. Someone or something is investing in you and your success as you reach the King of Pentacles type level. Pentacles are financial assets, resources. Okay, not having to have such a burnt out, overexhausted, burdensome wall here up with the Nine of Wands in reverse. You see the complete dichotomy and juxtaposition of the king in the up and the king in the reverse here. And that might just be a signal of where you feel you are. But again, that King of Pentacles in the upright is a positive, it feels like, of things to come. Okay. I'm also getting, thinking of other generations to come. And so that kind of gives you hope that there are many that are entering this journey of life that will have value for the knowledge that you have to share. So don't feel as though that you, everything that you know, others know. So it's a good way to keep your perspective fresh and your knowledge and information fresh, as opposed to maybe possibly taking it for granted. Okay, I see a pathway to success, a lane to victory here. Okay. Let me try to keep pulling these out in tandem. Something that you've fought for or competed for. Something that you've been rejected for in the past as well. It feels like your time and your luck is changing, and it may possibly have taken some time, but there seems to be this air of completion and achievement and success here. Trusting your kind of rejecting of other opportunities. Okay, okay, trusting your own energetic levels and their influence over what opportunities you're wanting to pursue. Because I'm seeing that, following yourself and your gut instinct is going to pay off in the long run here with the Emperor. All right, let's roll this on over, guys. Feel free to reach out for one-on-one reading. As always, love y'all. Peace.
At 3 p.m. And we are battling traffic like it's a Monday at 8 a.m. in the morning. Like, yeah, I mean, dude. It's basically, honestly, it's like Coachella for children. It's kind of crazy. Guys. It's like a dead concert for children. That's what you're at. An EDM festival for children. That's what it
I mean, is it anything? Like, is that
No.
like it?
is. Kids love it.
Oh, really?
Oh, they love it. They would sit there all day if they could. It's
I
like,
mean, you're taking them to super
here's who love it. Here's who love it. Mexican families go to Ninja and Asian couples. And none of the Asian people like kids. Except for one. They were all just Asian guys taking pictures of their Instagram model girlfriends. That's all it was. That was the entire couple. But the point is, we're driving. Traffic is so bad. It takes us almost an hour to get out there. The kids want to revolt. They just want to get out, Johnny. And I said, hey, God, I said something I swore I never said. To my children in the car. And I just turned around and go, I'll turn this car around right now. I'll turn this
Did
car
you
around.
really
I
say
said,
that?
I go,
What have you become?
I go,
You're a
girls,
cliche.
girls, Johnny, you don't even think about
About
it.
your parent.
It just comes up, but they're just going up. I want to get out of the car. I'm like, I want to get out of the car too.
What is this, an Ice Cube movie? Like,
I
what
want
are
to
we
get out. Johnny, 100%. I'm a gangster with kids. That's what's going on. Okay? I'm a G with kids.
doing?
Stuck in
You finally
traffic.
said it. You finally said it.
And I'm like, I'll turn this car around right now. You want to go home? Do you want to go home? I want to get out. I want to get out too. I'd love to get out. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to be sitting here anymore either. You think I like to go to work every day? I'd love to sit at home. Hang out.
Are they that age now where they do shit to kind of like piss you off, like see what they get away with? Or like
Oh,
just,
yeah.
just kind of see what you can
Yeah,
say.
yeah. It's all a mind game. It's a battle of wills with your children.
Yeah, but they gotta learn where the line is, right?
Yeah, 100%. It's very rare. I don't like yelling at my children, but I realize I have to teach them law, just how to play the game of life.
Well, you're gonna be way better than most parents, because I remember like one of my first, like I have a few like real welcome to LA moments, and one of them I was driving down somewhere in this neighborhood, actually down one of the streets, and there was this boy standing. He had to be like 4, maybe 5, and his mother was kneeling at his feet, tying his shoe, and then when she looked up at him, he just slapped the shit out of her in the face, and she just went like, and then kept tying his shoe. Is that crazy?
Yeah, that would never happen.
I mean, he slapped the shit out of her, bro. I'm telling you, as hard as a 4 or 5-year-old.
Yeah, I mean, I get it.
I would have been murdered. I mean,
Yeah, there would be trouble.
it would have just been a grease stain.
Discipline, it's just you gotta work on it. So we get the bubble girl, and it's pretty cool.
Is it?
It's pretty cool. I mean, after David and I almost broke up 15 times on the drive out, we're like, hey, I don't need this anymore either. Oh, you get out too. You want to get out? Get out. I'm like, get out. It's like, go. It's like, go. I'll tell you, dude, this right
It's
here,
right here.
that and that is worth the price. Those first two,
Okay, that's just a big ball pit.
Johnny, but it's badass.
What is this thing? I don't know. Are those like tackling dummies?
Yeah, and kids just ran around and all you do is play defense.
That's weird. The giant baby doll head, dude, that's weird.
No, because that's a giant ball pit, and it was like hard to get through, and kids are like, "Help me!" Yes, it was very weird.
What's going on here?
What?
All here? What's that?
Yes, that's a Hall here, and it's really.
Hell. Oh no. Bubble World.
It's all like a visual, like it's like rows of lights.
Like a fun house.
And then I see my daughter just run that bang, hit a mirror. I'm like, you gotta up attention. It's all about you messing with your kid's head. I'm telling you, it's psychedelic trips for babies. That's all it is.
Absolutely.
And again, Asian couples with kids like don't care if you were in line. They don't care.
Yeah, I don't
They
think.
don't care. Be nuts. That's all they want to do. Be nuts.
Hate scooters. Like, dude, I have
Oh,
no.
drives me nuts.
I have no problem saying something. Dude.
Hey, that's how you hear. Hey, there's a line. There's a line.
I have no problem.
So this is what they do. This is literally like every time you just see a chick trying to look off in the distance while your cook boyfriend takes pictures of her by
Oh,
herself.
man, it's gotta be the worst.
By herself. It's never. She never takes a picture with the guy. It's always her by herself with this weird distance, like
Yeah, exactly.
have you ever seen that like those black tape video modeling shoots? Have you seen this?
I don't know what that means.
Google black tape modeling shoots. So it's these black tape modeling shows, like right here. Every one of these videos, these girls will like tape these videos of them walking with tape up their snatches, right? And then they'll be like, inspirational quotes, be like, no, please. Sometimes you just never gotta give up. Even when it gets hard, you work hard, and then you just see her walking with her she's just bouncing out.
How can it be fashion when it's not something anybody could ever possibly wear?
It's so dumb.
That's not fashion.
And it's just like, go, here's this one right here. Like, it's just, yeah. Click it. Like,
Anyways.
yeah. It's just
We're
so.
done, and something else.
Look at. He just tapes out their magic.
I mean, how many times can you do this?
He just keeps doing it.
Dude, this is like a strip club, basically. You go to
That's
you
exactly.
just
That's what. Australian bikini models' Miami Swim Week was too trash, of course.
if a bikini model is telling you it's too trash,
Right.
you has a problem.
Right. So the reason I bring this up is because I see these girls walking and they love the one inspirational quote on their tits just jiggling. And they're like, believe in yourself.
Well,
It's just, yeah. So all I saw were hot Asian chicks with their cup boyfriends taking pictures of them, looking dreamily off into in this inspirational quote, like the sunset, like looking off in the sunset.
It is so funny you say that because I went to see a movie last night called Past Lives. It's like doing really well with critics, and it's about this Korean woman who moved over here, and she had a childhood friend in Korea that she left. She immigrated with her parents, and then she gets married with this white guy, right? And then her friend from childhood comes back over to see her. They kind of FaceTime a little bit over the years.
What's the name of this
But
movie?
it's called Past Lives. And this guy has to basically be cuffed while this dude comes over here from Korea and takes his girl out on like dates and stuff. And he's like, listen, I came all the way from Korea, so obviously I'm not gonna tell you you can't go. Like,
I'd be like, no, you can't go.
yeah, and the whole thing is like he has to go on like a triple date, like a threesome. And she just turns her back to him and talks to this Korean guy the whole time, while this poor white guy's just sitting here like eating his spaghetti.
What? It's nuts. Like white guys get caught everywhere.
And people love this movie. I mean, it's not
What they
bad.
love about it.
It's well made, and it's a lot about faith and like what does it mean to miss an opportunity with somebody? You get it back, you try again.
And does she leave her husband?
She doesn't. But he
He puts up a lot.
well, yeah, the idea is he's expected to put up.
Yeah,
it's not just
but in real life, like if a woman finds out you like follow an Instagram model, she's ready to leave you.
Exactly. And it's clear he would have been an asshole. And he even says it. He's like, he's in bed with her. And he's like, I mean, if this was a movie, I would be the white American asshole who's keeping his girl from doing what she wants to do.
I'm going to expose Jimmy's John's new summer rat. Be very good.
Jimmy John's summer wraps are back for a limited time. Spirit Boost raised my store by 12 points instantly, which is
Insane.
Soccer is mine, scored by 21 points. Instant.
That's so funny.
Isn't it? I mean, it's just so. I mean, what's the mess? What's that message? They just want women. Women seem to want a guy to let them do whatever they want, but then they also want a guy who's got like a personality and some force.
Yeah, and what they want, Johnny, is a billionaire with a big dick that doesn't want to fuck supermodels. That's what women want,
Totally.
right? So we went to Bubble World, and it was anyways, Ninja loves to run. She's just a runner. Like if you don't keep an eye on her, she will run. Just run. And run forever. Like she would run away, and we would never see her again. If I didn't have my just locked on her like a great father that I am. And that's my whole job. Half my workout is shit. I could easily get credit for chasing my dog.
That's scary.
Yeah, that's all she wants to do. She does not care. I am basically shielding any of the outside world from this child.
Would you get a leash like honestly?
I thought about it, I just feel weird. Oh, Johnny, thank you! Thank you! I want to ask you
Very well. I
I
tried.
want to ask you something. Do you think this is cultural appropriation? He said,
My answer's probably gonna be no, because I don't believe.
okay, just tell me. So, yeah, Tony Rock does a funny joke about how white people put their kids on leashes and their dogs in baby strollers. So I was driving down to do jujitsu, and I saw an incredibly hot black woman.
It's my favorite kind of love.
Incredibly hot.
Oh, wait. Oh, okay.
Having her dog in a stroller. I'm like, is that cultural appropriation? Is she culturally appropriate? Yeah, what else? Yeah. And I basically almost caused a car crash trying to take this picture. That's just cultural appropriation.
See, now that's what Sam was talking about when he said it's difficult to do the show. He nearly caused an accident
Yeah,
trying to get
I
himself
almost died. I almost died. This is it. She's super cute. And
It's almost like she's posing for it. Like she got
no,
nothing.
that's a good one. I like, look at this guy over here, this Jewish guy.
Oh, he got
yeah.
it.
Yeah, well,
Jewish guys.
yeah. Love black chicks. Love black chicks. Yeah. Who doesn't love hot black chicks?
Yeah, no, that's true, but Jews got like extras.
Yeah, look at her, dude. She smoke show. Like she's walking her dog in a baby stroller.
Fully stupid.
Right. But I mean, does that make you think she's not hot? Does that knock it down a little bit?
Yeah. For me, that's a freak.
Yeah, it does. But is that cultural appropriation? And then I don't believe that.
That's funny.
Yeah. So I was gonna say that for fun and stupid, but you could hot.
Are we still doing fun with food? We're in an hour.
Okay. All right. We don't have to do fun.
It's an hour. So.
Yeah. Okay. So we got half an hour. Yeah. So I can save the story for next time, and we get into everything else. What do you got? Stories? No.
I just got one quick thing I want to say. It'll take like 30 seconds.
Okay.
I'll tell you, we get some of my girls out of town. Like I said, we get so much stuff done.
Yeah.
And the only problem would be not that I have to take care of the cat box. So I invented this solution for cleaning the cat box. I just throw the whole fucking cat box away while I'm doing it. Isn't that great? I just put the whole fucking cat box in a bag, threw it out, so I didn't have to scoop the poop, out.
Oh, really?
Yeah, all I do, put it in there, put some more cat litter in there, I don't have to worry about it.
And you're just gonna throw that out too?
What the money should be back?
Did you get the same color?
Same color cat litter?
No, yeah, the cat box.
Oh, yeah.
So she won't know it's a new one?
Exactly. Yeah.
That's great.
That brilliant.
That's the best.
Just threw it out. Bro.
Cats are great.
That's what I did when I was in college, even like a few years ago. I just bought disposable dinnerware, throw that shit out. Or I would get like really, I would get like really cheap like glass, metal from IKEA.
Yeah.
And if I feel like in the dishes that week, get new ones. They're like 25 cents a plate.
Yeah, I got
I don't know. Whenever they got stacked up, I was
enough.
I mean, sometimes I didn't have a dishwasher before.
Do you have one now? Yeah, that's night and day, right?
Oh, it's
Our old place didn't have a dishwasher. Yeah, they had next. They have what's called Dana.
like the next big in life improvement for me will be finally going back to having an ensuite washer dryer.
Yeah.
They could just put it on and walk. Like it won't stay. We have a little one, like a little room.
Yeah. Yeah.
People there.
Okay. I like it. So Johnny, we don't need to do
But
phones.
you shake your hands.
You
You
want-
want to shake your hands,
Okay.
you gotta talk about that.
Alright,
That's the ultimate teaser, you talk about shake your hands.
so part of this thing now, this 75 hard, is that you gotta do 2 workouts a day.
90 minutes.
Okay.
90 minutes total, so we.
Yeah, so what I would like to, I usually like to do yoga and maybe run for an hour, or power walk for an hour. Yeah,
Power.
but I decided I'm not gonna run because I think it's bad for your
Every,
joint, so I'm gonna just walk first.
that's right.
Right. So, you know, I've been drinking a lot of water, I've been, you know,
That's as hard as anything, drink like
that's
that.
so hard, just trying to down shit all the time.
Okay, people seem to like these cards better. So, let's see. This is an energy of possibility, fulfillment, balance, steady as she goes. Until you see something that you want to pursue emotionally, something stable that's going to help you come out of worry or concern. This is like melding or forging. It's conflict for the sake of balance. Okay. See a new agreement or partnership here with career or work. More of that kind of balancing priorities. Investing emotionally in yourself. Yeah, someone is trying to make a decision. Could be collaborative work related, something that you don't see happening in the works. Again, like an emotional payoff here, conflict for the sake of payoff. This conflict is never like for no reason. Okay, if anything, it's showing you your true nature and your true character. Yeah, I feel as though that you're in the vicinity of like kind of a lot of like wealth and increase here. It's in the options phase, but you're surrounded by like new beginnings essentially, which are going to lead you to happiness. So, kind of gear yourself, try to orient yourself more so towards the happiness and stability that you would want to kind of see and feel yourself in already. There's a way that you could kind of cheat your way there.
Like a full-time job. If you can drink a gallon of water, it's a full-time job.
Make sure I don't get too
You need a
overtrained.
lunch break from drinking water. That's what you need. Lock out. Right. So Johnny, so I am running, and Sunday, dude, I get a walking brisk. I got a mud jack looking ridiculous. Like, I mean, bad, dude. It's one. You ever get one of those, you know,
But just get you on such.
foot street shit where it's like it comes out of nowhere and it's going. The impact is on. You got shit fast. There's nothing so built up or like, oh, I might have to take a poop or something like that. It's like, hey, where the danger zone?
By marrying through
Instantly, dude. So I'm like, oh man, and I'm clenching my cheeks hard, dude.
How far are you from home?
I'm 2-3 blocks away. I'm walking, okay?
Every step make it work.
So all I'm doing is that I'm on autopilot walking with all my mental focus on my butthole, clenched it down, so I don't shit. I mean, they're in downtown fun.
Now, what do you think about the possible constitution of this fecal matter right
Well,
now?
here
It goes gonna be solid.
No, I'm not even thinking about that. I'm like, I cannot shit my pants in my neighborhood.
Did you follow that loose, brother? If it's not liquid, it can still come out.
No, I got a tight deal, bro.
Right, but if you're having to think that hard,
Yeah, but Johnny, sometimes when it's gotta go, it's gotta go. When you got shit, you got
you
shit.
shit a lot, bro. Every time you shit.
Sometimes
Yeah, I don't know how to think about shit.
at all? Well, that's not healthy. Okay, those people are called crazy.
No, but I mean, that's the normal.
Those people are on the verge of death. Okay? Okay, Johnny, I'm a shit. Okay, fine. Okay? It's not the point of the story. The story is my
Okay,
fault.
I don't think it's just
My butthole's on death, not fault.
it's worse than lower.
Okay, death count 1.
Better not lower.
Okay, my asshole's on death count 1. And I'm just focusing all my mental focus
Yeah.
on my beehole as I
I just always I
autopilot
can see you like I'm all
walking. Everything is on my
Yeah, we're good, man. Take it if it resonates. Feel free to reach out for a one-on-one. Okay, this is a new offer. It's going to bring peace or emotional solace, enthusiasm, rushing forward energy. It could be somebody coming in to your energy. Your energy may be that which something is out of your hands. You just kind of got to wait out a spell, wait out a cycle. And for every ending, there's a new beginning here. So you got double beginnings here. One emotionally, again, that emotional peace, reward, and solace. And then this is more so on the intellect side, but this is victory and success. Yeah, this is the finish line. Interestingly enough, it's like someone's going to rush through, come through to help you succeed and get through to this kind of finish line, stable action, stable union here. Let's roll this on over and pick some more cards. Again, to get if it resonates as a continuation or just brand spanking new. This is coming out of conflict. This is moving fast, quantum emotionally, if you will. Kind of zooming out, seeing the bigger picture, not putting as much emphasis on negative habitual thinking or kind of broken records that might be playing off in your head, going off in your head, but instead putting your focus towards like opening your heart space or opening up your kind of auric field, if that makes sense, kind of like keeping your antennas up and open to kind of jostle the whole mundaneness that we tend to, as people fall into with our thinking patterns. Okay, you got to remember not to take them seriously. As much as the energies that are behind them. So sometimes you have to take the kind of verbiage or the wording completely away and start to focus more so on your kind of like that humming. What's that kind of undertone of the hum? Sometimes you have to kind of, like I said, shake things up with your energy. That can be done with music as well, tuning forks, binaural beats, Tibetan sound bowls, things like that to really kind of alter your energy. It can be done with mantras, things of that nature. Yeah, because right now it feels as though the is kind of thick with like cloud of confusion. Confusion is low vibrational energy. So again, you're going to want to zoom out, step back, and navigate your own energy. Likewise, want and desire is a low energy. Obviously, sadness, regret, guilt, shame, things of that nature. And those are all being kind of, again, forefronted with this kind of articulated verbiage it comes across as. It might even be generational, lineally inherited. So, fuck all that noise. You know what I'm saying? You could turn that on, smack it on its ass and send it its way. And this is kind of remembering the better times, tuning into, those fun times when you were young or what have you, things of that nature. Those are palpable, frequency stations, if you will, radio stations in the cosmos, in the universe, in the quantum potential that you could revisit here and now. Okay, you don't have to be locally in that kind of space and time. It's something that you could tune into that you're capable of now wherever you're at. Let's get one more in closing here. This is stability. Someone could be also offering financial aid or assistance for the time being as you are waiting to receive. Okay, and you will. Ten heart here. This is happiness. Not to over worry it, not to overthink it. You can't think your way out of the situation, remember? But you could tune your way out of the situation. Okay, you will meet your kin, your cut of cloth, because these suits are the same here. Okay, someone will find value in your experience, your history. This is an energy of a resume as well. Good times to come, something worth celebrating here. All right, guys, holla at your boy. Peace.
So as I'm about to cross the street to make the right to go back to my house, something gets in my shoe. A thorn or something gets in my shoe. And I step on it and it hurts. And now my mental focus goes to my foot and what is going on, and I don't even pay attention to my beehole. And now it's go time. And I'm like, no! And now I'm trying to focus back. But here's the problem. This mental problem, I haven't even paid attention. I don't realize I haven't gone right, I've gone left.
No, you're farther away.
I went the wrong way. And the problem is that it's like there's 3 blocks within this long block. So there's 3 like rows where it's like it's almost like a ladder, right? But going this way is 1 long block. Going all the way around to go back down.
You screwed.
I screwed myself, bro. And everybody's outside barbecuing. No, it's nighttime. It's like some barbecue. And I'm just power walking, talking myself into today's not the day.
Come on, Sam.
Today is not the day.
Do this.
So I'm
Are you
hard.
wearing pants?
I am all wearing shorts.
Oh, that's good. At least if you just rolled out your tent video, that guy just shoots something on a basketball court or something, just rolls out his pants. Or I like in the ball. That's good. Have you ever seen it?
No, I don't even want to know about that. Don't even want to know about that. It's so gross.
So what happens though?
So I'm walking, I'm power walking. My heart is, I'm like, I'm not gonna make it. I'm like, I have to make it. This is how bad was, Johnny. I'm like, I have no time to pull my keys out or do even have a moment to open the door. I text Dana because I have my phone so let's stop. I'm like, open the door. Open the door. I have to shit.
This is serious.
She's like, what? She texts me back, what? I'm like, I have a month.
Just get out of the way, bitch.
Get out of the fucking way, bro. And I come in, like, and I see my, like, I think I can make it. And it's just flying through the door. The dogs are barking. I'm like, no time, Roger. Get out of the way. And I just jump off and I step on the dog. I kick Roger out of the way. I step on Pollyanna and I run and I just jump and boom. And hand to God, I just make it.
It made you fly like
Oh, just like out my ass, bro.
like a t-shirt can.
Oh yeah, my ass looks like a t-shirt can. And then it splashes my beehole.
Oh, that's sometimes helps me clean.
Yeah, and then I take a long day. I did 2 days, bro. And I'm just like, I'm trying
Was it liquid? Like, would it been a problem or?
no, it was a solid, but it's gotta go. It was like, I need out.
Emergency.
Yeah, I like,
How good did that feel?
I got the kid, oh, the best, bro.
That's like the ultimate relief.
Bro, I'm like, oh my god, like, I was gonna have so many problems if I was walking down my neighborhood with shit going down my leg.
What's better? Like, okay, say you've been holding it for like a long drive peeing, and like finally you get to pee or finally get to take a shit. What would you say is the better relief? Pee or shit? Like when you've been holding it to the last possible second you can hold it. But when is it?
Well, when it feels better, it's like, I'm pissed, when you had it and you just got pissed forever. And like, there's sometimes you're like, I got pissed in public somewhere, and this could be a felony, but it's gotta happen.
In LA, it doesn't care about your gotta happen. Like,
No.
they don't want you to be.
Yeah,
Like,
because everything smells like piss, but sometimes you gotta do it.
Everything does smell like this already.
Yeah. I mean, they say Paris,
So you think people?
but there's a bigger relief when you're able to shit without shitting your pants,
Yeah.
right? Right?
I mean, I've only ever had that when I was sick. I've never had that in normal life.
What, where you had to shit so
Like an
bad?
emergency, yeah.
You've never had emergency shit?
Not from if I was healthy. No, I mean I could just like say not today. Say,
Really? Wow, Johnny,
It
you
just
got
goes
a
back.
magical
Roll
butthole.
back.
The magical beehole, Johnny Woodard, is that like the name of this podcast?
It's like we'll check that later. We'll check
Like
that
magical.
That'll be good for our.
Yeah, I mean, who knows, but bro.
So watch this guy. You got it.
Really chin scratching off the escalator. My man's dropping the nuggets in front of the luggage. My man here just wanted to be in it.
Look at this.
Oh my God.
What?
Nuggets in front of the luggage. My man here just wanted to be in and out to replace his Gucci with it. It's gonna be small for a loop.
Oh my God.
You gotta see this.
Oh my God.
Look at this guy.
You don't know the severity and the level of madness that's underneath. You can't put your hand down. You gotta stay calm, find a leverage point, and push yourself out of it.
Look at this. Look at this. Roll out of his hands.
Shit like this. There's still questions. What's his underwear saying? How did you know it was gonna be a clean drop? Was it premeditated from downstairs?
Yeah, and there's something about a guy who's at a mall with a backpack on, it's shady.
Yeah.
Right? Why are you 40 something with a backpack at a mall? Because you're a weirdo? Alright?
You're gonna go bullshit like
100%, Johnny. 100%.
that. Could have been you, bro.
No, it would never be. I would never do
Could have
that.
been you.
I thought about finding a bush and trying to shit,
Really?
but I just can't do it. I just
Yeah.
cannot.
What about white people? How's that work?
Discover your perfect combination at the Charter Resort Casino. Whatever moves you, get away and awaken the fun. Play your perfect combination at the Charter Resort Casino.
ideas who has a bigger office.
A simple way to introduce.
Here's somebody that's
Mikey, who is the youthful and comedic part of the Turtles family, reacts to the loss of Splinter and the injury of, like, I want to win a Super Bowl. You got to that MVP.
you can see me. You matter, right?
Hey, now I know what this means. Yeah, I did. Hey, what do we know about it?
They kept telling me to say, yeah, he did.
I finally found the Holy Grail.
What do you think?
We had time, guys.
That's wrong. Absolutely. We had.
You start going to bars and
He's a hot end and you gotta buy his guts. Wait a minute.
I just won first place in this orange, yeah, I do.
Inside that, have you ever seen the ending of RoboCop? Have you? Beautiful.
They don't have two. Well, they just pull it off.
Here's how.
Witches, warlocks, conjurers, sorcerers, fight! Hey, favorite son. What's going on, baby?
Narcotics. Any touch, any drugs.
Sweetheart.
Is it beefy?
Italian name. Huh?
Greetings, I'm Al.
Did you play me anything from Future right now? Yes, play me some from Future. They all do that shit. They all do that. Q-Tip sound had the same flow in every song he did. And it's him. Yes. But who else sounded like Q-Tip? Nobody. Who sounds like Future? I'm talking. Again, I'm gonna stand. Watch me turn my tiny balcony into you.
Hey. What's my name? What, you've been hiding under a rock? They don't have TVs in this place?
Barnum, do you remember what day your son was born? No, but that was a long time ago.
It was not me.
I'll never forget.
You like one of them security guards that start protecting the princess and ends up throwing a bomb with her. That's some detail. You're weird looking nigga. Gotta wear a vibe, nigga. I thought you put a thumb wrestler with your index finger. You like one of them. It's cute.
This is what your favorite song says about you. You have the same Taco Bell orders. To be with me? And the reason you stay in America. I love to stay with my guys.
Eminem song in the club. In the heliocentric model.
What if you ever heard
Eminem song in the club. When have you ever stepped to me victorious? I'm not playing in the club. Motherfucker from the door, get it. The reason is to play shit in the club. It's because you still perform in a over time. Eminem became part of that club. In the heliocentric model of the cosmos, the moon revolves around the earth. Honestly, I feel like I think Bud shit ripping on any big beat. That's careful out there.
She's supposed to be in the field. Oh.
I think that.
That's someone in the
Okay, you guys feel free to reach out for one-on-one, right?
Okay, we'll start the news. Okay, here's the news. Boom.
Where did this the Atlantic?
The racial inequality in sleep.
Yeah, read what he said.
Black Americans aren't sleeping as well as whites. Here's why that's a public health problem and what can be done to fix it.
What are you talking about?
I gotta know what this is about.
Yeah, I mean, you look it up, bro, and then let's look up who wrote it and what's the chances of this person not looking like Arthur Ashe.
Oh no, Brian Resnick is 100% white.
You think so?
Oh, 100% white. You don't think he's white?
I think he's light skinned.
No, he's white, 100%. Resnick? Yeah, look at him. This is Brian. He's a cunt.
Oh yeah, look at this guy. What a garbage dude.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Dude, that guy looks like every dude. It's like, okay, if you're gonna make love to her, you gotta look me in the eye, though. You gotta look me in the eye.
Honestly, he looks like that guy in that movie. That's all. He really does.
Yeah.
That looks like Joe List.
Yeah, I mean, right there. No, that's not happening. Sorry, Korean guy.
Yeah, dude. And, I mean, it's
There's no forehead of friendship with my girl.
you guys don't want to see.
No.
Me either. I do. Because if I still
Unless I'm on Boulder's Hill, then I can never sleep.
I don't have any trouble sleeping.
Yeah, I can sleep no problem.
My girl's like, you had trouble sleeping without me? I'm like, no.
No, she's
Not at all.
Hey, you should know that, Johnny.
I
You
did.
a lot.
No,
Yeah,
you're not.
I
That's
sometimes
because
I reach over and even out there in my car.
she told me that she had trouble sleeping when I was gone, but I had no trouble sleeping there. I spent enough time alone that I have no problem being alone. I could be alone. like, dude, this doctor I really like posed this question to somebody on a podcast saying, like, if I could guarantee you eternal life, you could, once your family and everything died, you just have to be alone for eternity. Would you you be okay with that? I would bring you like glass and iPad, any kind of technology you wanted, but you just couldn't be around people.
What? No,
Perfect health, yeah, man, perfect. Like long internal.
But you could be around people, Johnny. You would lose your mind.
I don't think.
What are you gonna do, Johnny, for
I get
eternity?
anything I want.
Yeah, like
Listen,
what?
I can clothing. I go out clothing every day.
go voting every
I
day.
got VR, dude. I can get VR. Just play
No, I don't think you can play around that. I don't think you can play with other people. That's the whole thing. You're not
Well, I
allowed.
can play with people that look like people in there in VR. I don't know. Just like, dude, I'm telling you,
You're a weirdo.
that would be a hard. No, and it's funny because the guy he asked is like me, and he hosts this really popular podcast on YouTube. And he's like, dude, that's not an automatic no for me. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, well, you're a weirdo. I don't even care who wants to live for eternity without people. That's so weird.
Which, you know.
So, Johnny, if you had eternity with nobody for 70 years of the greatest life to ever be lived, what would you take? The greatest life. Like, at one point you were Babe Ruth.
Friday, August 4th.
Next thing you were,
Why not? Make it great.
like you were Babe Ruth or Michael Jordan and
So
stuff.
I get 90.
You get 70. 70's a good amount of time, bro. 70 years. But you lived the
Right, your
greatest.
parents told you
You
that.
you're Michael Jordan, you're Brad Pitt, right? Then you become Eddie Bravo, greatest jiu-jitsu.
The thing,
But here's the thing, Johnny, you live for eternal life with nobody. From the minute you come near somebody, it's like zombie scary to you. You freak the fuck out.
that's you got introduced some kind of
Yeah,
psychology
that's
that's
how
horror
it goes.
into it.
That's
That's not
how
where
it
it
goes,
goes,
bro. That's how it goes.
They say that black adults fall asleep nearly 11 percentage points behind white without how much sleep they get, another 11 percentage points. I guess it's because they have to work a lot or something. I don't know. Let's see, both short and long sleep, they're associated with like death, diabetes, and other things. They don't get as good of sleep quality. It doesn't really say why. I mean, okay. Like, what are we supposed to do with that information? You know,
Look, but the title's so dumb. Like, there's so much presentation because something about black people is different than from white people. It automatically is a racist thing. It could be just.
well, no, black people get all kinds of diseases more than white people, and it's not racist. That's just the
Yeah,
gene, bro.
By the way, that's Brian Kell and I screaming at each other today on conspiracy social.
About what?
Because he thinks what RFK said was racist.
Why don't you know what he said? I didn't see it.
About he was anti-Semitic, about that he said that COVID did affect Jews or Ashkenazis or Asians as much as other demographics. And Brian just like that. And then he starts talking about
But what he's saying something about it, though, like they didn't think of the vaccine.
but when he follows it up with that there are genetic specific weapons. And then people conflate the two in that he's saying that it was a bioweapon that was made not to affect Jews.
He's calling the vaccine a bioweapon.
No, he's calling it COVID.
Oh.
See, he has this kind of meshes two stories.
This is really curious. I'm just reading. Let's see. There's an argument that it is ethnically targeted, he says, specifically against Caucasian and black people, we heard saying in the video. Health officials worldwide have determined that the virus disproportionately killed some groups of people, not because of their race, but because of underlying health concerns. Now, how could they know that? How could they know that?
Yeah.
That's bullshit. That sounds like bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, and it's just ridiculous.
It's just so you can't prove that what he said is
Kennedy's
false.
own sister now threw him under the bus. Like what a piece of crap you are to throw your brother under the bus like that.
Call you xenophobic and anti-Semitic. That's like anti-Chinese xenophobic.
It's so.
Like, they're trying to get him in your experience.
And dude, the fact that your own sister threw you under a bus is like unbelievable.
I think if he gets a fair shake, he's got a decent shot at really posing a challenge.
Well, you don't do that. Dude, Biden is gonna run. He's not gonna run. No, it's not. Sorry, they're already telling people it's not. I'm willing to make it better.
Really?
Yeah,
You think that he's not gonna run?
yeah.
Yeah, I bet you on that.
All right.
Well, start campaigning. President Biden announces he's running for re-election in 2024.
Okay, I'm telling you, he's not in a run.
Yeah, wait.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right.
I mean, I can just be paying you out of the $1,000 I won against people saying he would win last time.
All right, that's fine. I paid you. I paid you.
Right. Let's get some more news here. By the way, I just want to say one thing. Rest in peace. Presumably, Bob, the cat from the farm, we lost another.
Oh, Johnny, the murders continue.
Bob has disappeared. We
The
don't know where
murder
he is. He may well be alive. He did disappear for a while once before and then turned back up. Unable to turn to the right for a while. He just only turned to the left. This cat. When he came back the last time he disappeared, I think he got wedged in something and his neck got kind of twisted or something. So yeah. Rest in peace, Bob, or Godspeed wherever you are.
All right, well, good luck on that. I mean, just your literal pharmacy pet cemetery of death. Okay.
Why Scientology is absolutely foolish for putting David Miscavige on the front of their ads. Have you noticed that? There are all these ads on Twitter and stuff, and they all have David Miscavige, like one of the scummiest people and slimiest looking people on the face of the earth. He's on the front of all their ads.
Like what? Where?
Like, there's one right here that's playing on his webpage I'm looking at. There he is, right there. There's David Miscavige.
Yeah, and isn't he on the run, by the way?
I mean, he's the guy that is accused of the most horrible things. You know,
Yeah.
parading people, stalking people, having people harass their age.
Yeah, and his wife mysteriously disappeared.
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah.
David
And
Miscavige.
John Carmichael did a joke about it, and the room got quiet. And by the way, Scientology allegedly is just a Navy intelligence operation. That's why they're allowed to do what they do.
Oh, that's it. I wouldn't doubt that. I was in the Mission Impossible movie.
Boy,
I mean, he's the guy that is accused of the most horrible things. You know,
Yeah.
parading people, stalking people, having
Yeah.
people harass their age.
yeah, and his wife mysteriously disappeared.
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah,
David
and
Miscavige.
John Carmichael did a joke about it, and the room got quiet. And by the way, Scientology allegedly is just a Navy intelligence operation. That's why they're allowed to do what they do.
Oh, that's it. I wouldn't doubt that. I was in the Mission Impossible movie the other day, dude, and Tom Cruise came on the screen doing this thing before, and this old Asian guy behind me just goes, Scientology! And then everybody just started laughing. And the whole team, that's all he just goes,
Is
Scientology!
he still in it?
I'm sure. They got like that quiet. We would know about it. We would know. For sure, they won't let you do it. No chance. But then this old lady, right after that, right, got done laughing, and she goes, cut it out! I love it when people start heckling each other in movies.
Scientology.
Alright, let's see what we got here. I love this story. This is from WDRB. And this is something I used to dream about when I was a kid. When I was digging. Did you ever dig in your yard? Just dig, hoping
Yeah.
to find dinosaur
Or
bones,
find China.
treasure or something.
Have you ever been like, maybe I can get to China?
Yeah, one time, me and my best friend dug a hole so deep that we were in danger. If we could have killed him, so he could just collapse on us and we
How
would have
deep
died.
was it, Johnny? 2 feet?
No. Like we could disappear into it. We were trying to make like a cave, and then finally his dad came out and said, "You have to just kill him, collapse. Look out of here, man. It's covered up." But I mean, I could have just died, you know.
And then this episode would never have happened.
I'm sure people.
Maybe that would have been a better time.
I'm sure people would just beat that. You and who would be sitting here? I wonder. Probably the next year.
Yeah, no, like, hey man, what the fuck, bro?
He knows he started going without a shirt on Instagram.
Oh, he loves it, bro. He loves
Showing
it.
off his
He
workout.
loves it, dude. Everywhere he goes, no shirt.
This is all like disabled people who are kind of hot, and then him without a shirt on, being like, "Bro, man, I would get that."
Bro, the downs are getting hotter than ever, bro. They're more. Have you seen the guy who's like shredded?
There's a hot down guy.
There's a guy who's like good looking shredded.
I don't even know how to search for that.
Just look up Downs, weight bodybuilder.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Scary.
Yeah, I think so. There's a bunch of them are just shredded, bro. There's a couple, no doubt.
They do have that strength.
Yeah, I know. I mean, how big is that guy? No doubt. Yeah, there's a bunch. Oh, that's it. Right there. That's the one.
That little bit too.
Yeah, dude, he's like super shredded.
It's like hanging bomb too, bro. Good for you.
Well, dude, they all have big Tom.
Is that
Yeah,
what-
yeah, that's why I have a joke about it.
Yeah, it's like that big camera.
You know, I have a joke about special needs people that really crushes. About, you know, I know a lot of people work with them, and they always love Tom, and then eventually they just start taking it. You know, it's like they have that strength, bro, because it's serious topic. The special people. Special people are great. They're always happy. Right? I'd be happy to if everywhere I got cake. No matter what place I get, no matter what place I get a trophy, and I have just like scream and strength. And if you talk to anybody, this is Jeff. Talk to anybody that works with them, they're all on their horses. They are all got big special hammers. Special hammers. They always want to hug, and then so they're gonna try to take it. So here's the thing. This way we play dead. That's just slump over, play dead, and get bored and throw you away. So it's a crush.
Like countering a bear.
Yeah, for sure.
So yeah, I loved to dig when I was a kid. Well, this Kentucky man was digging. He found 700 gold coins buried on his farm, valued at $2 million.
Why can't that ever happen to me?
Isn't that crazy?
Nothing like that ever happens to me.
Louisville, Kentucky. By the way, my dad knows this guy that doesn't have a lot of family. He's an older guy, and my dad take care of his horse's feet. And he said that he told my dad, like, this is the thing that ever happens to me. There's money buried on just never again. And so there's just some old guy that's just buried.
And by the way, if it happens to me, I would take that as soon as I go inside, just start digging. That's what I would start doing.
Yeah, what do you do?
Yeah,
what do you say?
What are you doing? You said if anything happened to me. Well, you went inside. I didn't see you anymore. I thought you were dead.
A Kentucky man uncovered buried treasure on his farm. Last month, a man found more than 700 gold coins from the Civil War era in a field. Think about it, dude. If you knew where all the money was, you could just go places around LA right now and just find dead drops that people forgot about from drug deals or spy shit. There's money everywhere if you just knew where it was.
Yes.
Maybe an AI that can find out where the money.
Why? How's AI going to do that?
I don't know, dude. I think if they ingest all the variables, they can kind of build the past. You know what I'm saying?
I love that.
The man found the U.S. gold dollars, gold Liberty coins, and $2.50 coins with the Statue of Liberty's face on it. There are also $10 and $20 coins. All $700 coins are worth around $2 million. The collection, which is being called the Great Kentucky Hoard, comprises coins that date between 1840 to 1863. Experts said people used to bury their money during the Civil War. Soldiers come around, running through shit. Yeah, that happened on the street. The street where I was born, people kept diaries on the street, and they write about what was happening around that time. And it was just all the Sherman's army came through there on these marches to the sea, north, and they would come through everybody's houses, take all their shit, and head back north.
Oh, so Americans were ripping off Americans.
Yeah.
Some bullshit right there.
They do say that when you cross the border, which my county is the first county over the border, he started telling everybody to cut that shit out because North Carolina was the last state to leave the union. They didn't really want to. It was mostly poor farmers in North Carolina, although it contributed more people than any other state. But
Johnny, you got some pride.
Well, no, it's not pride. It's the state being screwed over because they had nobody, with strong representatives. They were just the poor man getting shacked having to fight the rich man war.
Yeah, isn't that every war?
Of course. Yeah. All right. I got a sad story for you. Sam, so sad. This is again from WDW. Southern Indiana's iconic Bunt Drugs announces it's closing its doors after 71 years.
Why is it closing?
Isn't that the best name for it? Look at Bunt Drugs.
I heard Bunt Drugs. Is it owned by a man named Butt?
71 years. Southern Indiana's for chefs. People about this. Best known pharmacy is closing.
Why?
Bunt Drugs in Croydon notified customers on Thursday that it plans to close on April 29th. This was a decision that did not come lightly, considering butt drugs and concerned me. And I felt like, dude, if I was in high school, this would have killed me. Dude.
Of course. And why did they go buy butt drugs?
From Katie Butt Beckwood. Oh, she kept, dude. So wait a minute, she got married and kept butt in her house. So what is her problem?
Their problem. And they all probably have fat asses.
They're trying to do fun.
Hey, hold on. Well, that's the problem. They don't come up and buy butt drugs.
She is the third generation owner of the business that has been a target of more than a few one-liners and customers in the media.
Why don't they sell it? Who wants butt drugs?
GovHealth Plus members save more on the food they love with new cost saving over benefits, plus $0 delivery fees on eligible orders and exclusive offers.
This is John Kerry. Just help us in trying to explain this.
Dude, I sent you this too. And this is the problem with politics.
This is the problem.
This is a big one. There's a lot of them.
In exchange for Mr. Bills, just testified or Brian Chen. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter the record an article here from February 15th.
Can you give where it says it?
John Kerry family filed center. You stand by that testimony about the phone. Now, my first family, I personally.
Yeah, he's starting to look like a puppet, by the way.
Well, he's got big features, you know, like big ears, big chin, big mouth.
This article was out in Africa, family. He's still on a plane.
And we also say that when they begin to reappear and show themselves, they begin to communicate with human beings again, which is what they're in fact doing now. Certain select beings that we in touch with spirit. And the subscribe to you guys to give them special messages about the closing and the end of this fourth cycle. Because there's a beginning of the cycle that's going to be starting in the very near future for us. And so the subscribe to you to reveal themselves and beginning to reveal information.
This isn't some kind of partisan gotcha. When we are asking Americans to make serious sacrifices as we transition to myself for the common good, and your family and yourself.
Real quick, the first time I went to Washington DC, we were in the subway underneath the Capitol, and John Kerry was rushing to get on, and we were all kind of conservatives back then, you know, like traditional, and we like made sure the doors closed. We didn't try to stop them or anything. We like made sure they closed on them, and it was just go. It's like we could just talk. It was like a cool thing.
You got the elevator closed on John Kerry?
The subway doors, like so we could have hit the little button and get the subway door open. Yeah, it was great.
That's the conversation. One other thing, important to the life of these subway stories. I do not fly on a private jet. I do not fly on a commercial.
You are lying.
I just want to say what you're taking this position. I have flown 5 times in the last 2.5 years in Mill Air, which you also know. And there's something to try.
Yeah.
5 times.
Yeah.
Otherwise, oil markets, promoting the air private jet in a personal or official capacity, such as taking possibly once.
You're lying.
I think you need to take a broad point of how this appears to the American
But
people.
no,
Because we're asking that this,
We're not asking Americans not to fly.
You know,
You're trying to.
They will.
no.
You 100% are about it.
That's what we're at.
You even get the beginning of it where it's like, I never owned a plane, my family's never owned a plane, and there's more and more videos of him being on the plane and all that stuff.
I mean, it's like 7 minutes long.
Yeah, well, go to the beginning of it.
One of the most outrageously persistent lies that I hear which is this private jet.
Also, he
We
brought
don't
it up.
own a private jet. I don't own a private jet. I personally have never owned a private jet. And obviously, it's pretty stupid to talk about coming in a private jet from the State Department up here. I just, honestly, if that's where you want to go there.
They were going on a private jet in a personal or official capacity.
First of all, I don't know what's more insulting to me. Fucking John Kerry lying about, dude, you're married to the people who own Heinz. You married into the family. You are skull and bones. We're all skull and bones. Is it skull and bones? Skull and bones?
Yeah, you say skull and crossbones, that's what we got.
Okay, skull and bones. You're that. Okay? That is, you're lying to us. We know you're lying. Everyone knows. But the most upsetting thing to this is that fucking Wells Fargo revenue is doing better than estimated. After that bank has everybody over and over and over again. Like, what does it take for you not to bank at these scumbags?
I mean, proven to be ripping people off, making accounts in their
The
name.
former CEO is not allowed to make a living in banking anymore. He cannot do banking. He's not allowed in the industry. That's how much of a scumbag he is. He's screwing everybody up. You would make fake bank accounts in your name and then charge you for the interest.
Overdraft fees too, dude. They would let people go months with accumulating overdraft fees before they could tell them. I mean, it was unbelievable.
He's a piece of shit. And then dude, look up Wells Fargo scandals, and you'll just see over and over and over again. New ones, and the ones we're talking about right now aren't even the most important one. I mean, the most recent one. It's still, people are gonna do better than they thought. I mean, it's just unbelievable, dude.
What is the big Wells Fargo scandal? What's the
Bank
big
account, and then there's a bunch of them.
Hey, have you ever heard of Martin Morello, the human owl?
No, what?
It's a real guy. Check this out. Watch this. This is Martin Morello, the human owl. This is I like to show you history's curiosity around and here things that happen throughout history. This guy, Martin Morello, the human owl.
Are you trying to tell me you can go?
He can go full exorcist, like with his head.
This man can keep facing away from the table. He's the incredible man with a revolving head. Part human, part owl, who can say? He squirms, he twists, he wriggles like a reptile, and voila! Joe Ladello is one of the few people in the world who's actually seen what his back looks like without looking in a mirror. And with this point of view, he's got perfect 20/20 hindsight.
Look at that, dude.
Meet the man with a rubber physique. With his double-jointed shoulders, he ties himself in knots. He whips his arms like a whirling
Yeah,
dervish.
that's
He makes
it.
them twist and whirl like spaghetti on that beer.
Oh
I
my
don't know if that's negative. But
Just
they got
imagine if they had jujitsu when this guy was around.
Oh, dude, yeah.
He would be choking out everybody.
You think you got it, but he's actually got you.
Yeah. He's like, oh, you think you got my back? I got your back.
That ain't my back.
Okay, guys, great show.
Oh, we're almost done here. Hold on. I think. Oh, yeah. XG wanted us to show this video right here. So this was in Atlanta in a nail salon. And this guy comes into this nail
Oh,
salon
I love this.
with
It's so hilarious.
a gun, thinking he's about to scare the shit out of the
Yeah,
kid.
he's like, I got a gun.
Tool number 2 is for just $5. 6 options, so much to offer. Barbecue cake.
This is the best.
These chicks are just all sitting around watching. They're just ignoring him, dude. They give him shit. Look, dude, everybody's just like,
Does he even have a gun or does he have a bat?
he's got his hand in a bag, he just walks out, he's like, shit.
And then if I was them, I would give her so much shit. Because she ran out.
Maybe she wouldn't call it worse. But that was like the worst, is that the worst robbery attempt ever?
Yeah, it's so bad.
I mean, that was pathetic.
There's been worse. Dude, look at that, Johnny. Did you just see that? We just talked about sleep.
Oh.
It was a sleep app.
Oh, was there? I didn't see it.
Did you see that?
I didn't know.
Guys,
Hold on, no, we're not.
I just want to say one thing. We just added a date to the calendar. Tim Paul Hat will be in New York City at the Cutting Room. I want to thank Luis J. Gomez and for making that happen. I'm making let's see who else helped that.
A few days.
Go for it, started.
This is. Remember I told you about, it turns out that maybe half of people don't have an internal monologue. So this guy sat down with a coworker of his who doesn't.
Ralph Sutton, real quick. I want to say thank you to Luis Gomez and Ralph Sutton for helping us get the Cutting Room floor for the Tim Paul Hat Comedy Night, and that is going to be August, I believe, 13th. That's a Sunday. We're giving 1 ticket, 2 shows. Go check it out.
Okay, and then, so it's this video and then a picture of William, but this guy interviewed a coworker of his about this. This is a while ago, but I just encountered this the other day. I thought it was really interesting to hear what it's like to not have an internal monologue.
About that not everyone has the ability to speak in their brain. And the first person that I asked if they could do it was her, and it turns out she can't. So I asked a lot of people that asked me questions so I could ask her, so she tried to make like this live situation.
So
Like
interesting.
I look at myself here, talking, in my head, that, you physically can't do that, and what happened to try to do that.
I have tried to do that since learning that an internal monologue exists, and I end up speaking out loud myself, so what's my conversation out loud?
I feel like this information to the people that in their head, is a
I
lot.
think about it, dude, she can't think words in her head without them coming out of her mouth.
Well, I do. I just thought to myself, it's just crazy.
Yeah, but you didn't say it.
Right.
Yeah.
But I do talk to myself a lot. So I had that aspect of it.
No, but that's what she's.
No, I know. But I do have it.
Like exciting news. I talked to a few people that can't do this, and they seem less enthused as the people that do have to their monologue. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm very confused as to why people are so complex.
Alright, so the probably most requested question was kind of like, when I read, I hear words now. I don't know how to possibly read without not hearing words.
When I read, I can see the sentence structure, like in my head, every sentence has a sheet, so you can see like the shape of the sentence. And then also like keywords will pop out and file the way like concept. So I end up reading something, I can have concept now with maybe.
How much she's talking.
And I tend to move my lips and everything, so like essentially I'm saying it out loud, but it's just not like all.
So, do you visualize the setting?
No, it's not images, it's just the words.
So, do you like reading things and just put yourself in a situation?
I never really have one, and I think maybe that's why. Like I can see the story plot.
Are you after here?
It's very fascinating.
If you have 100 questions asked, she's done. We're not on question 12. I'm like, okay, it is superhuman. It's not there. How do you have to think in numbers?
Exciting.
I think that's why this whole thing is so viral, because people like me can't understand how get rid of talking to yourself.
I don't know, I just feel like the information in there that I can pull forward if I want. Like all those things in class. Here's categories of information that I can pull.
I don't know. She
I feel like I can do that.
is like when you're doing I think she's getting super technical about it.
No, but she's saying she doesn't like. She never talks to herself like in her head. Not like when she's missing something. She's never like where the fuck is it? Like that never happens. to her. She can't.
If I have a thought or I say it out loud.
Do you major now?
Never, hardly ever. I actually can't think of that, but Jason tell me.
Do you dream at night?
Yes.
And the normal dreams, you hear that a lot in those dreams.
I don't think so actually.
Do you enjoy meeting people? This question.
Yeah, okay.
So if you don't have anything in front of you, we'll see
Right, I just thought.
what is on
No, that's weird. It's very weird.
Like my mom, like, watching Netflix and studying.
Like, hold on. When you're cooking, you don't go, okay, this needs some parsley. Like, you don't say any of that.
She
I
did.
think she has a weird concept of what's talking to yourself. I think she has a different form of it. And I think, like, visualizations of things is what she's saying is when she reads something, she visualizes the word. That to me is a form of talking.
She said no. She said she sees the sentence structure. She said, which is just. If she goes on later to talk about like she sees things grammatically, it doesn't make any sense. Anyway, if you want to see that, it's a Q&A with the person who does not have an internal monologue. I recommend it. All right. So then there was a viral. This.
Kind of cute.
We're going short days because we just did one.
Oh, we've got lawns, Johnny. Don't you worry about
We're
that.
not even gonna get to 2 hours. So there are, I told you I went to see Sound of Freedom last week on the last episode. And have you heard about the conspiracy theories coming out around this? And I kind of believe them because one of them happened to me. Here we go. Conspiracy theories involving viewer suppression of the film Sound of Freedom continues from Newsweek, even as the film was top 3 in last weekend's gross box office. The film was produced by indie company Angel Studios and stars Jim Caviezel as Tim Ballard, a producer on the project who in reality left his position as a former Homeland Security investigations agent to start the anti-child sex trafficking organization Operation Underground Railroad. So here's what people are saying. Not only are they suppressing the box office, but there was a fake story going around. This woman says, there was something that got passed around on social media that turned out to be fake. It was a woman saying, I work at AMC, and I just got fired for refusing to add this liquid to a customer's soda. Now this screams to me as more of like psyops. This is a psyop. We were instructed specifically to serve this to Sound of Freedom audiences. I'm a microbiology student and took it to the lab to examine and found what looks like nanorods inside.
So you're saying this isn't real? It turned out to be
Yeah, all the images she shared were just images that were elsewhere on the internet, like predating this.
Okay.
It's a,
Well, you know, Johnny, did we get this before about how there's people out there that riff on this stuff?
we talked about it a little bit, like I was asking you last week, like why you think people do that?
It's for clicks and views. It's like,
Well,
it's
you
like,
said last week you think it's for discredit.
well, I also believe there's some intelligence. I'm not saying this chick is necessarily intelligence, but there is intelligence at work to cause nonlinear warfare.
Hey,
Yes. Yes.
I think that's what, I mean, the dark force is chaos, we know that, and any way they can establish chaos, they're doing it. But there, and I think it's meant to discredit the very real claims, one of which I experienced. Here's one example. A TikTok user who had exited a screening of the film said there were shenanigans going on as part of this. AMC, I don't know what's going on, but first off, the AC was out when I went to watch the movie. That was my experience too. AMC, there was no air conditioning in the screening that I went to. It was really hot. It was really hot.
It's very,
I never had that. It's all in the 1960s. The AMC we were in is crown jewel for AMC. The one in Century City. It's the nicest AMC in our country, probably, as far as the screen. This technology they have there. And they didn't have the AC on. Bizarre.
So my fiance had watched the movie Sound of Freedom that exposes sex traffickers. And you want to tell them what happened in the movie theater?
See another Monique and that big fat. Are you saying that you think they take people out of the car and put a robot in their place? Well, this is what I'm saying. I don't know what they do. What I know is our eyes, it's like you almost said, are my eyes deceiving me? Am I saying what I think I'm saying? So I don't know what they're doing. I'm sick of hearing people who have second and third and fourth homes
this lockdown that it made me start thinking and asking questions of
Satan doesn't exist. Satan was an angel who fell from heaven to earth and lost his wings. He was then turned into a serpent. This symbolizes the process of us incarnating from spirit into matter. As a spirit, we are now the serpent with no wings. We have to climb the ladder to grow back our wings and become the dragon. This is why the symbol of dragon symbolization. Although the serpent and the snake symbolize the hidden living elements which wrap around our spine and connected to the planet, the pituitary gland, and the brain. To grow back our wings into spirit, you have to raise your very living energy. These two nerves back to the planet and pituitary gland, and this will regenerate the whole body and activate every cell in the brain. And this is why every religion has a sacred river. For the Christians, it's the River Jordan. For the Egyptians, it's the River Nile. This river is your spinal cord. Your head is heaven. Your heel is hell. This is why Jesus goes from Nazareth to Jerusalem, and King Herod wants to kill Jesus in Nazareth, because he symbolizes the oil that's produced in the brain, which travels down the spine. He's traveling down the River Jordan. Joseph and Mary are still in Nazareth, waiting for Jesus' return. This is the pituitary paradigm waiting for the oil to return. Jesus then comes back up the River Jordan and gets crucified on the cross at 33. This is the oil traveling the 33 vertebrae in the body of the spine, crossing Vegas, blowing it in the boundaries. Satan doesn't exist. Satan was an angel who fell from heaven to earth and lost his wings. He was then turned into a serpent. Satan doesn't exist. Satan was an angel who fell from heaven to earth and lost his wings. He was then turned into a serpent. This symbolizes the process of us incarnating from spirit into matter. Spirit being on our serpent with no wings, we have to climb the ladder to grow our wings to become the dragon. This is why the dragon symbolization. The serpent and the snake symbolize the hidden living elements which wrap around our spine and connected to the mind and the pituitary gland and the brain. To grow back our wings into the spirit, you have to raise your very living energy. These two nerves back to the mind and the pituitary gland. This will regenerate the whole body and activate every cell in the brain. And this is why every religion has a sacred river. For the Christians, it's the River Jordan. For the Egyptians, it's the River Nile. This river is your spinal cord. My head is hell. My heel is hell. This is why Jesus goes from Nazareth to Jerusalem, and King Herod wants to kill Jesus in Nazareth, because he symbolizes the oil that's produced in the brain, which travels down. Satan doesn't exist. Satan was an angel who fell from heaven to earth and lost his wings.
Hi, this is Dylan. Good, how about you? Okay. Let me take a look. 1 second. I'm seeing more so just like endings here. The Ten of Wands is about completion and kind of putting this down, so as to kind of regain balance in another direction. Yeah, so more so just kind of coming out of conflict and those energies of, that come with that territory of that relationship. Yeah, yeah. Right, right. Yeah. Okay. All right. Hmm?
Look at the childhood I just ride. Man, I hit this motherfucking truck for all the books I couldn't get coming up.
Perjury bill just hit. Perjury bill just hit 5.3%.
You know, fight Bradley Martin on the podcast said he could be Mighty Mouse, but he doesn't know Mighty Mouse. Mighty Mouse said, I'm going on vacation. When I get back, I'm down. They're not going to have an MMA fight. They're going to have a jiu-jitsu match.
Bradley Martin has no chance.
Against 125.
He has no chance. Is there a time limit?
There's not a time
Then he has no chance.
Is that right?
Zero chance.
He's going to get his back taken. He's
100% going to get choked out.
So we're going to
It's just going to take time.
Yeah, we're going to lay some mats.
Bradley is enormous. And Bradley is so fucking strong.
He's an athlete too.
He's an athlete.
Yeah.
Yes. No, he's a fucking specimen.
True.
He's a specimen. Now, if this was in a street fight, the thing about Bradley is he can hit you with the earth. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like he can literally pick you up and you're gonna hit the earth with, what does he weigh? 270? 280? What's he weigh?
He's 265, but like
His hands.
when you grab his hands, yeah.
So his hands are huge. The amount of force that body can generate. If that guy picks you up and smashes you into the ground, your body will shatter.
Yes.
Your body will shatter.
Yes.
If you're a human being, if somehow or another Mighty Mouse fucks up and that guy can pick him up and slam him into the ground, I don't know how much Mighty Mouse is going to be able to physically do to mitigate that. If that
You may feel depressed. And what will you do about that? Well, it's we never steal cars, but we beat them hard. What was that? Is that a dog? And we're going to have a lot of fun tonight. You're racist. Who the hell is I knew this was going to happen. Who is that? Trump's a racist. What are you doing, Larry? I heard if I yelled that they'd give me $5,000.
Dave, a little low-grade fever. I'm negative. I stayed home another day. Yeah.
for sale, just unbelievable. Myself, guys, we're here to try to get our message out there, try to get out where possible. Sometimes I get real lucky and people listen to my stuff and get. I don't really have a right to complain much. Your pop's been good to me, huh? Well, when they say that I'm only top 5 because I'm white, why would I be stunned? My skin color's still working against me. Cause second I should be the none. Deep white, deep, but it could be a 5. That's why I can't do it in 1. They coming with 4 fins, so the haters I'm aiming it toward them. And all the idiots rappers I torch. Just on my joint, but the data stuff on the torch. Cause I'm not playing in the club. Motherfucker, put a door, get it. The reason they still play your shit in the club is cause you still perform in the rap. I am the guest in this house, but I turn this bitch to a mansion. Everything's fiction. They don't get drunk in England, Germany, France, and Japan, and this bitch even Dubai. It's my music, they buy. You die trying to science, it's too science.
Damn.
Here's some secret.
But like, you know what I mean? Like,
They felt like it were becoming.
Just how easy is it to physically alter someone's mind?
How do you?
whoever I'm talking to right now, you're freaking goated. You are goated. You're goated. They have the hierophant, we have Pentacles, we have that.
How do you know you're not living in a simulation of reality right now?
What does that have to do with women building and moving in?
What do you mean? My mom built everything by herself. She never accepted money from nobody. She never even accepted child support
But ask
from her
yourself a
father.
question. What did she build it up for?
She built it up for us children.
But not a man, is my point.
No, why would she have to build it up for a man? The man should have it himself.
Do you not see the point I'm trying to make here? That when women make excess resources, they don't share it with men, but when men make excess resources, they share it with women. Men make money, right, to become successful so that they can have a family dependent upon them. Women, on the other hand, make money to become successful so they can be independent of men. There's a difference. What does that have to do with?
We're gonna ask the L2 how splits the
Well, but when they say that I'm only top 5, cause I'm white, why would I be stunned? My skin color still working against me. Cause second, I should be the none. They white, they wanna put me at 5. No, that's why they can't put me at 1. No, and that is the only retort, is I'm not playing in the club. Don't put a ball, get it. The only reason they still play your shit in the club is cause you still perform in a Yo, man, I'm talking spicy as hell! I am a guest in this house, not turning this to a mansion. I'm a guest in this house, but I'm turning to a mansion. That's how you flip that, M. Talk crazy. Gen Z is saying like bad experts, simply cats and close your mouths. Bitch, you ain't been on this planet long enough to tell me how bad it's supposed to sound. Y'all need to stick to what you do best. Shooting scoops of yak, go to Browns, and your parents is cats and go to class and let off with the strap.
Damn.
Wow, Gen Z, what you gotta say, huh?
Huh?
The real clients is M Trump, this, that. Well, but when they say that I'm only top 5, cause I'm white, why would I be stunned? My skin color still working against me. Cause second, I should be the none. They white, they wanna put me at 5. Nope, that's why they can't put me at 1. Well, but when they say that I'm.
So it's like Facebook.
We have, something called the Big Bang, which is the ultimate chaotic event. One banged, who banged it, why did it bang, how did everything come from a fixed point? Don't even try and tackle that because it makes 0 sense.
And I see joyfulness, the black side.
If you know the mystery tools in it, our Cuban link chains are free here. People have a certain energy. Most men will only. So I'm looking them in the eyes. So I'm just walking towards him. I said, mate, if you come to use it, do what you come to do, bro. Yeah? And I didn't think you'd do it, but I did.
How many LLCs should?
Yeah, so there's a video of Kai getting arrested in New York.
Black first came into the league, right? So I'm guarding Penny Hardaway out here, and Shaq is posted, and I'm supposed to come back and double, okay? And I forget who was guarding. I think it was one of the. I think maybe Sally or somebody, but somebody small, right? But stand behind Shaq, Rich. I swear to God, I'm now supposed to go back. Don't throw it in. I look back and I'm like, ain't nobody got Shaq. I couldn't see the defender. Like that's the first time I ever looked at the basketball court. And somebody was standing behind somebody, and you could see. And then I was like, oh, that's Shaq. Shaq first came into the Barack.
You ever wonder what would come back if he did a 23B swap? Always Arsenal, Croatia is Zach. Look at the back of the first. Hey, no, we knew Nick was different when he started shooting free throws like this. That alone tell you he think the game different. Nick Van Exel was really crazy out there, real bucket. He could turn the court to an and 1 mixtape, 360 lane. Real talk, one of the most creative players to touch that court. Hey, Nick was giving out work. Pump fake, we got double birds flying. I faked the floater, dime to deep. He was liable to see anything out there when Nick the Quick was on the court. One hand ball fake into the jelly. Somebody's getting fired. They forgot to put the wet floor sign.
Well, we got our friend Johan Salomon ordering crushed me yesterday. playing for the Norwegian national team, Mr. Salomon? What are you doing here? Go to sleep. Prepare for your next opponent. Goes N5. Now he's trying to humiliate me big time by not only beating me, but beating me with the Dutch, which is even worse. This is a line I've never studied. I think I've lost some better blitzes in this line before because my refusal to ever look at it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. That's why somehow I never felt like looking it up. But I should one day. It just looks so strange. Well, now you can go E5, I guess. Well, maybe not because E5 could take bishop E7 and then what was I gonna say? Then do something clever. 94.
Sometimes I can feel him.
You mug up. Grandma full of excitement.
God. You are.
Where would you regular?
I'm MJ. I know MJ. That's the. You think I would trust? There's a bar game built in that tells you what. They've been coming here forever, and they. I'm gonna get you this game.
I'll give you $100.
Good. $100 for Kishi. I see that one. The competitor.
Nigga really cried. Wow.
All of the universe. You see that most recent one? There was a woman who was a model who was on a plane. You see that, Jamie?
A straight dude ain't no different than a female. But they propagate gangsterism. Women think that's masculinity. It's a call for help. Three dudes grew up without a father.
Father time, it will teach them not to be in the streets.
But listen,
Sometimes you need to feel the pain.
Tip me over all the butterflies. I'm the dangerous type of nice happen. His hands. With his hands.
She's been verbally violent.
We got my man Officer Delicious right here, man. Hey, come on, my nickname Candyman.
They made a huge.
Why do you feel like you have to attack my height? Even if you're a counselor out today? Man, fucking loser. Right? Hey, how you doing, man? Andy Alley, hope you have the best day of your life. What's your name, sir? Josh, nice to meet you, man. Love that name. Let me get some money. Hey, I'm gonna bust his ass up right out the gate. What am I gonna say? My name's Andy Alley. I'm here to give you world class. Talk to me about and tonight.
This motherfucker child must have lost his mind. The ex got a nigga, he was DMX. Then he switched the vibe, now he's trying to be his next.
Now let's get started. Dwight Howard.
Truly, is it hard for you as a Bears fan that some of your greatest moments are cheering against me when the Bears aren't playing?
Very good question.
You got a hell of a set of good man, Tony.
It's true, and hey.
You know, I did Joker, and I worked with Joaquin Phoenix. Same thing. I was in the room with him for 5 days, and you know, when he came, I think to say he was 100, when he was walking around, he was 180 pounds or something, and I think Todd Phillips said something like, "I think the character should be kind of skinny." Just kind of said it, you know, casually, like I think. And Joaquin, I think, showed up at 124 pounds, and then they were like, "Let's just give you this guy's got inhuman discipline. They go, let's give you a nutritionist and everything else." And he said, no, it's okay. He just ate an apple and smoked cigarettes. And when we were on set, he never looked at you. And he never looked at you. At one point, I went like this. I had a scene. If you blink, I'm out of it. But I had a bunch of lines that didn't make it. But I go like this. I go, "What'd you do? Take a gun and blow your head off?" And I mimicked it. And I put it in my mouth like that. And when I did that, I fell out. I did that twice. On the second time, he fell straight back. He fell straight back and landed like he would just improvise and do crazy shit where you didn't know if he was going to even hurt himself. Remember when he punches the clock? That's not in the script. He just punched that clock off the wall, and Todd Bunny broke his hand. That was not on the script. When I saw, you know, the bus scene where he can't stop laughing? I saw them shooting that when I was set. I swear to God, I saw him walking, and I knew he was going to win an Oscar. It was that good. And I looked at Todd, and I go, "Holy shit." He goes, "You have no idea, dude." It was like when I saw The Fighter, Christian Bale in The Fighter. Remember that opening scene? I went, "Oh, you're going to win an Oscar in this." I don't know. You could see it. You're a crack addict, and you're an ex-boxer. You see one frame, you go, "Well, this is something different is happening here." It was the same thing with him. But I watched him for, I think it was 4 or 5 days I was there. And I've never seen somebody be able to hold that concentration and that kind of character for that long. I was like, I can never do that. I don't want to do that. That's not fun to be around.
That was a spooky movie. Because I was like, this is like too close to reality.
Masterpiece,
And then right after that, you have the BLM riots, the COVID riots, and all that stuff.
David put on pads in the helmet for meatball practice.
The idea he took.
What about you?
Dog line up with wings, still dying. If you still behind me, do it fire, still silent. I see you smoking through the rain and music, you tried it. What's your top 5 be?
Sugar Ray Robinson. Yeah, and then pound for pound. See, Pacquiao he started as a flyweight champ. Not just he started his career, he was the champion at flyweight. And then moved up There's so many divisions between flyweight and junior middleweight where he also won a belt. And he like, the fact that he can compete with Floyd Mayweather, who's a naturally bigger guy and one of the greatest pro boxers. Pacquiao's overall body of work, you could have him second pound for pound behind Sugar Ray Robinson.
I'm watching highlights. He's got those.
When they took that discipline away.
So when a man does not feel appreciated.
Do you know how to find an emo kid in a crowd? No? You just yell, "Where are you?"
I'm so sorry.
There you go. Do you know how to
We'll say this. I mean, Nas. If anybody could look at KRS-One in any direction, it would be Nas. Nas. That's who would take a look.
What makes you say that?
Huh?
What makes you say Nas?
This shit is dope. This shit is dope. Nas is dope. All the way around. Nas is dope. There's no question about it. As a matter of fact, I even told, I don't know if I told Nas this.
Bro, you got fucking jack on. Either I'm going to get rich or I'm going to die in the process. Let's talk about white supremacy through the lens of one. Y'all know that I'm not a prophet. Let's talk about white supremacy. Y'all know that.
Hey, who do you plan to fight after this fight? We'll see what happens. I don't know. We're gonna get down with this fight. We'll see what's next for sure.
Just look at it.
Yo, Dave, where's the blood? Yo, everybody, where's the bloods at? What happened?
Yes.
Can I have your shirt if you take it off?
Oh, my dear. He's asking for his shirt.
So if you notice the motive that they try to that one-on-one game, that'll work. And you know what's crazy? What? The baddest point guard out of New York City got a statue that don't even look like. What you mean it don't look like? This is my second time telling you that was me and it looked just like. I'm serious. That statue looked like you. And the statue in Philadelphia, the Rocky Balboa looked like me. That one-on-one game, that'll work. And you know what's crazy? What? The baddest point guard out of New York City got a statue that don't even look like. What you mean it don't look like? This is my second time telling you that was me and it looked just like. I'm serious. That statue looked like you. And the statue in Philadelphia, the Rocky Balboa looked like me. That one. You maybe dead. I got ice. You gonna come for 50? So my question, I get more than Dan. What's
AMC. I don't know what's going on here, but first off, the AC was out, like when we went to watch the movie. And I'd seen someone else post something too that also saw it at the AC, and their AC was out. And like as soon as we went to the theater, it was hot as heck.
I literally brought a sweatshirt and I was like sweating.
And then we realized, like, it took us a while to actually realize it. So they did turn the lights off.
I literally have the lights
They had the lights on the entire movie.
Who does that? They don't want you to see this movie.
Anyway, interesting. A lot of stories like that coming around the country. If you go on Twitter, they're everywhere. Conservative Matt Wallace, who has 1.1 million followers, tweeted, Hollywood desperately tried to block this from theaters. Other claims include that they're suppressing attendance for Sound of Freedom. Yesterday, we showed the movie 3,000 times at our 570 theaters, and more than 100,000 people watched it at AMC theaters. Misinformation on Twitter is astonishing. That's what a representative of AMC said. Is it blocked right? I can tell you that in my limited experience, they did.
They fucked.
Yeah, and then I saw this, and I was like, man.
Yeah, it's like really sad. And
I can see it being like something they're doing on a local level, just to try to like disrespect that audience. Maybe.
But it sounds like it's happening on a national level, and it's crazy because AMC is so dumb because nobody's going to the movies. You finally have a movie everybody wants to see, and you're trying to make it miserable. But all this is about getting you not to go to the movies. I mean, they don't want you to go. Dude, they want you locked in your house. I'm convinced, bro, this is what all of this stuff on planes is about. All these people freaking out, they don't want you flying.
All right, here's the last thing we're standing with this. Have you seen this going viral? It's just AI images of Zuckerberg and this stuff's kind of cute. Zuckerberg and Elon Musk. It's been going viral. Just holding each other up.
Well, I mean, AI is getting better.
Yeah.
I mean, that looks almost realistic.
It's called happy ending.
Yeah.
Those two matches.
I mean, like,
beach.
what do you think's gonna happen with Twitter?
What do you mean?
Like,
It ain't going. He's got too much money. He won't let it fail. Now, I could see him eventually saying, like, they're fucking with this too much, you know, it's not worth my time anymore, and selling it, and then it'll just end up getting back to the way it was.
I think it's already way better. I mean, dude, like I said, I'd have tweaked it to 1 million impressions. 3 million, exactly. I haven't even got close to that. Now,
Have you been just as creative as you were with that one?
I talk mad shit.
Oh, man, shit.
And I just feel like it's on lockdown now. And I was talking to somebody about this, about what's going on with comedy right now. I talked to you about this, and that why we are in what I call our anthem rock.
Oh, yeah, you talked about this briefly on hashtag, but not on the show.
We're in an anthem rock phase of comedy right now, more than ever. Now you've always heard Bill Hicks talking about, you know, like, I can barely sell, 100 tickets here, and they're draining, you know, they're putting more seats in the Grand Canyon for. Now I saw Carrot Top Live. He's a mess. What he does.
Yeah, he's bad, right?
But there is no really huge political comic right now. I mean, really. Like, there's some podcasts, like obviously Rogan and stuff, and Dave Smith's doing some great shit, and Jimmy Dore's doing some great shit, but they are not at the level. And I watched Jimmy Dore's special. It's as good as anything you've ever seen. And I'm putting it with Hicks and Carlin and all that. I'm not lying.
He produced himself.
Yeah.
Where do you put it? His website?
On his website. You can't put it on YouTube. But because the thumb of tech is on who is getting seen and who is not, and what they are promoting, it's like, these guys are all funny, but it's anthem rock. Do you understand? It's like, it's what I call Nickelback comedy, which is broad strokes on things we've all heard before.
Yeah, I mean, you can say Nickelback, I'm thinking more like, I don't know, like Whitesnake. I hear what you're saying.
No, but like Nickelback is like, I like to party, rule the world, it's great, I'm a man. You know, like that, everybody watches like, I'm a Mexican, this is how I do, and like it's all like this stuff.
That's a great song.
This is all like you it's been said about.
Is that just the phase we're in, or is that more to do with what's being put forward?
That it's the phase we're in because that's what's being allowed to be.
Rise to the top.
That's what's being amplified.
Yeah, I mean, but we have some friends that are doing. I mean, you have some friends, like people that you know that are doing really well, and it's just.
No, they're great. I mean, this isn't like these people are bad people. I'm just saying that the comedy right now that's flourishing is very much anthem rock.
I mean, that can't be a permanent state. Those numbers always changing. What do you think's next?
Well, I don't know what it's next. I really don't. It's gonna be. I now here. I want you to say. I think comedy's gonna get better than ever.
You do.
Yes.
Well, I mean, in a way, it already is. You just have to know where to find it, right?
Well, it's just like you have to just keep working harder. But like the thumb on the balance of who gets is like so obvious right now. Who's getting amplified and who's not getting amplified. It's so obvious right now. You know, like dating sketches are getting like blown up, and they're just like the most basic of comedy, and they blow up these huge numbers.
They crush on like TikTok and Facebook. Maybe this whole thing doesn't need to be remade.
It's going to be interesting how it goes. I have my own insecurities, my own problems with the industry. It's not based on merit, and again, it's like the thumb of exposure. The thumb on the scale of exposure has created this kind of false reality, and it's as the industry begins to die. You see all these people running to podcasting, and they gotta use all these. You know, a lot of people aren't making it. You see them start a podcast, it just ends because their numbers aren't real. And there's also that some because just your big example does not mean you're going to be big in podcasting.
Why do you think that is?
It's a different medium. It's just a different way of presenting comedy. I think stand-up to me is the most limited. It's magical, but it's the most limited. And I was having a conversation with a comic the other day about this. The minute you make people think, it's going to be a smaller laugh. It just is.
Because they're out of the flow?
Because they're thinking about what you're saying. They're digesting it. You have to give them a second. But when it's what I call plug and play, and it's, again, this anthem rock shit, there's no thinking.
Oh, so you have to choose whether you actually want to, like, leave them with something or you just want to make them laugh and roll the laughs, right?
It's just a different style of comedy. It's just like, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I think of you as a very, like, loud, sort of aggressive rock and roll type of guy. Where do you fall in that spectrum?
Yeah, but, dude, I'm not like the comic that is like.
Oh, those are your new shoes, bro, from Ross? From Ross? Show the camera your Reeboks? Those are Reeboks, aren't they?
Yeah, shoes. It's just like, it's the anthem. I know, it's
Think
just,
about yourself, though. Where do you think you fall on that
so
spectrum?
I've broken down the comedy, the three types of comedy.
Yeah, we talked about this.
Yeah, clowns, shit talkers, outlaws. I think I'm an outlaw. Shit talkers are like
But where are the hair bands, like the
clowns.
Clowns?
Clowns. And there's nothing wrong with it. It's not bad, and it's some funny stuff. But it's like, in this time of chaos, and you're not discussing any of it, I know we're not all political comedians, and that's okay. But the world is on fire, and humanity is in the balance. And some people just want to be the band on the Titanic. And there's a lot of money, there's a lot of prestige in that. And I respect it. And maybe there's a part of me that's super jealous of that because I can't do that. I must rage against the dying light. That's what I have to do. I have to rage against the dying light. Because at the end of the day, I just, everyone's always like, Triple, your day's coming because you're the only one who's been in front of it and all this shit going on. Maybe, but it's probably not. Because it's going to either be like, it goes on, or it's going to get just And there's gonna be no stand up. It's all gonna be nuts, right?
It's like you like to cite that raging against the dying light, but it's about not wanting to die. I mean, it's about fighting death. That's what that's about. Not going easy into that good night.
Right.
But you don't seem like you don't fear death at all. You don't really.
No, I don't fear death.
You don't
I fear there is a death going up there and doing comedy that's not authentic. That is a death.
It's like a fake worse than death.
That for me, 100%. I have the saying, and me and Steve Randolph, we talk about this all the time. Not all clean comics are assholes, but most asshole comics were clean because it's a business thing, right? They're making business decisions, and then later on, it's not that, and they get trapped.
There's this old saying: the coward dies 1,000 times, and the brave man dies only once.
That's what, and again, I'm not judging anybody's act. I really am not. I think everybody has to do what they're happy with.
It depends on what you want too. I'm sure there are plenty. If their goal is just to have a successful career, when that's a lot of people, that's all they want.
Yeah, that's clown shit. But I mean, and clown is not bad.
No, you mean like entertaining people and just
like clowns just want to laugh. That's all that matters is to laugh. That's all they want to do. They just want to make you laugh. And
who's the best clown?
I don't get into that because it has negative connotations.
Well, no. But just give me somebody from the '80s and like somebody that from the classic era of clown.
Carrot Top.
Is he an 80s?
Dude,
like is Seinfeld a clown? He's a clown.
Seinfeld is 100% a clown.
He's a classic,
but he's got some shit. Well, all comedy is a little shit talking, but the shit talkers are like Dice, right? Joe Rogan, Bill Burr. Those are shit talkers. Outlaws, Doug Stanhope, Joey Diaz, to me. Hicks is a shit talking outlaw. George Carlin was seen as a shit talker, but he really was an outlaw. That was accepted.
He's so funny. So funny.
Yeah.
I had that box set, all my stuff. I used to listen to all.
Yeah, they're all great.
But I mean, really, his voice would have been fascinating to hear what he's taking. I mean, he would have been all wrong on Trump. 100% he would have been wrong on Trump. But I think he would have been
his whole
grilling
thing was
these
like they
Democrats.
also.
He would have been grilling these Democrats. Like, he'd have been destroying all
Yeah,
these pieces.
well, I mean, towards the end, you hear about Bill Maher, and he's like, I don't care about any of them. And he's so right at that moment. And I remember going, oh, dude, Bill is not enjoying this. But I understand. I go, hey, man, I get what he's saying. Even that long ago, I get what he's saying. It's all bullshit.
And dude, he was only like, you saw him during that interview, and he looked like he looked like 80. Remember that last special?
Well,
He was all hunched over.
With how people.
And he died at 71. And he was all hunched over.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that?
He lived a crazy life.
Oh, he lived a hard life.
For a very long time.
Hard life. Hard drinking. Hard drugging.
Yeah. And he could never really get sober. I think he wanted to. He just couldn't do it.
Yeah, his soul was too troubled.
And this is something I work on very hard. I think when you always see the world through shit-colored glasses, it wears on your soul.
Yeah, it's almost a burden taking on to kind of.
So I very much, like a big part of this show, and we start to creep more and more into conspiracy, which is fine because people enjoy it. But a big part of this show for me is to be able to talk about stuff outside of conspiracy.
Yeah, I mean, to me, the show is just anything we would just be talking about. You know what I mean? Like in life.
Right. I mean,
just sometimes conspiracy and sometimes not.
And there is, I mean, from my point of view, there is a little bit about trying to play a little ball with YouTube, so they don't hate us. Because if you're, I mean, it's just if you're off of YouTube, you are in just.
It's the front porch. Yeah.
It's just gone. It's just mainstream.
Yeah.
And it's like when they tell me like, oh, your show on TikTok is doing really well. And I go, okay, here's another thing that isn't under the U.S. government thumb. That's just won't allow me to get anything going. And it's like, sometimes I go, man, is it really shadow banning? Or maybe I'm just not good. You know, like, I just want to be honest with you, maybe I'm just not good. But then I start to go, the two places where I'm not, there's no government censorship, I thrive. Which we
Oh,
talked.
there's no doubt that the chat exists. We know that.
Right.
It's literally box. I mean, it's 100% a reality.
Right. It just sucks. It just sucks. And but I don't know, the other day I just had this kind of glow come over me that things are about to change.
I like that. All right, one more story here. A British nurse lost her job after the hospital learned she had maintained an affair with a patient for over a year, ending when the man died following a sexual encounter with her in the hospital's parking lot in Wrexham, Wales. The man, known as Patient A, great name, was receiving dialysis, and he died of a heart attack following their late-night meeting in January of last year. Penelope Williams, 42, failed to call an ambulance after the patient collapsed in the back of his car. Patient A died from heart failure and chronic kidney disease triggered by a medical episode. So that's what having sex with this hot nurse did to him. It triggered a medical episode. And instead of calling 911, she instead called a colleague, and that colleague urged her to immediately call an ambulance. Isn't that wild?
Well, here's the whole thing. How good of a pickup artist are you when you're picking up ass
and dialysis?
Dialysis.
Here she is right here.
Oh my, you're picking up objects.
Yeah.
Well, we only see her face.
We also see her child.
Which means she puts out.
I mean, come on, dude.
Okay, I've been going too long. I really gotta go to bed. I had a long day today. Listen, go check out SamTruman.com. New day going up. And yeah, man, I appreciate it. And we will talk to you soon. Take care.
That's a lot of cereal.
Prices going up everywhere. It's good by seats.
Hi Aries friends, and welcome to your video for the day. This will be just a daily energy check-in. I hope all of you are fantastic. I hope you're feeling great and I hope things are going well for you. Okay. So let's see what we have for Aries, first sign, first house of the zodiac. 3 of Swords. What is going on? A tower. Okay. Queen of Pentacles. Happening here, Earth element energy could be something to do with a person or money. Okay, we have rapid recovery, fast healing. We have needing to be patient and tolerance. Pentacles in your energy, or you're being influenced by a Taurus, Capricorn, Virgo. Similar to energy is the King of Swords. They're giving you information, truth, clarity, making final decisions. Swords is probably your fear, unless you want something to be over, and then we have your Eight of Cups, putting space, walking away, not being in agreement with someone. Oh. It looks like you feel like doing something that's worth your time. Like, this is gonna make me happy. I'm gonna go, maybe even by myself. I'm gonna go do something that makes me feel happy. I don't feel fulfilled. I don't really like this very much. Why do you have to be tolerant? judgment. And the Emperor, oh my goodness, okay, so we have some decision being made. Something is being brought back to life, restored, renewed. Something requires temperance. So there could be someone who's judging you harshly as well, where you feel like it is a judgment on your power. What is the Eight of Water? Why are you walking away? What is the Eight of Cups walking away? Someone is, there's not enough here. You feel like there's a shortage or there's not enough. It's not maybe worth your time, or there's no reciprocity. Wow, okay. Why are you King of Pentacles or influenced by King of Pentacles? You are maybe offering wisdom here. You are shining the lamp of wisdom on something. From someone offering wisdom. On your mind is letting this go. Like, how can I let this go, recover, release it, restore my hope? What is the Eight of Cups talking point? The Eight of Rods has come out like 3 times. So I'm trying to take it. The Fool. Okay, a new beginning. Burdens are a new chapter. Burdens are lifted off your shoulders. What is this decision being made for you, your Aries? Ace, a new beginning, a document, something great well in you that will grow into more. What is this judgment coming towards you here? There's something you have to negotiate or compromise, decide. Why is the hope on your mind? You want hope restored. 6 of Wands, get victory. Somebody's getting a lot of attention. The hero, overcoming a challenge. Yes, you're overcoming a challenge. You're receiving some wisdom, some information. Someone's making a final decision. I feel like you get to walk away from something and start fresh. What is your outcome here? Okay, somebody is solving a problem, manipulating, using all the skills they have. Okay, what is the outcome with this? What is the magician doing? Somebody's knocking down 9 of Rods. What is this all about? Somebody's giving you a benefit. 6 of Coins and 2 of Cups. They're in agreement with you. They like you. You like them. They're on your side. It's an ally, friend, or supporter. Bottom of that what you do have is the truth. Very truth, wizard information. What's behind it? Page of Wands, 7 of Wands. Maybe something financially you've been waiting on. Hoping for it to grow, hoping for it to develop. 6 of Cups was behind it. Friends, family, neighbors, co-workers, anyone that you like. Okay. So what is affecting Aries energy here? What is affecting Aries energy? There it is. The Ace of Coins. So there is a new beginning, a fresh start. Burdens are removed. What is the hero energy and the star? The 9 of Cups, okay. Wishes that come true. What is your negotiation? You're negotiating. Okay, 4 of Swords. Someone who you haven't spoken to. What are you choosing here? Page of Cups. Good news, happy news. Why are you the Hermit? You're offering wisdom. Why are you offering wisdom? What is the Hermit? Virgo? Okay, somebody feels insufficient, like a lack, like there isn't enough. Something needs to be given to be restored. What is the Ace of Coin? What is this gift? Or this decision? Fire. Exciting. It is some kind of wish for you. What is the Six of Coin? To a point, you'll have to negotiate, compromise, or it is exponential growth. Oh, this is a coin. We have a Three of Cups with it. There could be some social events. Okay, what is the King of Swords? Who is making this decision? Eight of Fire. So you're getting information coming in all at once. What is the Star? What is the hope in the recovery? Four of Coin. Saving, holding on, being cautious. And the Emperor. Okay, holding on to what's yours, having power. What is the Page of Cups bringing? Good news that you've been waiting for, and it comes from King of Swords.
If you're a female famous person and you don't have a book club, are you back?
News that you've been waiting for, and it comes from King of Swords. So someone's making a final decision. And the Judgment. Okay. Bottom of the deck, Ten of Swords. A stressful period is over. Some kind of stressful situation is done and over with. It's run its course. All the information was processed. There may have been someone here who was being dishonest about you or about the situation or about money, about finances. Okay, this is a nice reading because it has a benefit attached to it at the end. It shows you getting to leave something that you don't really enjoy, you don't feel like it's a benefit to you. You get a 60 point, you get the Fool, you get an Ace. Family room. Show us one card for Aries. And it gave me two. I got change and great fortune. So there could be you or someone around you making a change. There could be someone who has a lot of money, great fortune is there. There could be a decision made in your favor. Legally, you're a mature man. Toil and labor. Let's see what else. The journey. Okay, somebody's making a journey. Courthouse. Okay, there's a favorable decision in your favor here. Bottom of the deck is a gift. Okay, so you're receiving something of great value or benefit. Something that you need because you feel like you're receiving wisdom. You're receiving the benefit from a 5 to a 6. It could be anything from a refund to, something in your favor, favorable decisions being made for the year. You are in an energy of Hermit, which means you have wisdom of your own that you're shining. You're shining the light on something that you have knowledge about. You get good news. So I will leave it here. If you do everything, take care.
Hey there, Aries.
Higher Source Tarot for a tarot reading for all Aries, Sun, Moon, Rising, and Venus. Today we will have a general reading. I always appreciate if you hit that like button and do something with YouTube algorithms that more people will see the reading. And keep in mind, I'm reading the energy of the cards, but we all have free will to apply the guidance as you see fit in your own lives. If you're new here, welcome. I post new readings on Friday, then again on Monday. Fridays are always a general reading. Mondays are a different style every week. We're just going to have to max what that's all about. If you like tarot and you like the channel, I'd love to invite you to subscribe to Higher Source Tarot. Sun, Moon, Rising, Venus. What guidance do you have for Aries? So we'll start here with the tarot and what we you have here. The Eight of Pentacles, the Chariot, the Empress, and the Magician. That's solid. You got Temperance. You got the Ten of Cups, the Two of Cups. My word, and the Ace of Pentacles. You have a fantastic reading. I mean, this is wonderful energy. And look, you manifested this. So you can say, well, my life sucks. Look, the cards are saying this is available to you. You've got great energies here. We have here Cancer and Sagittarius. We have water. We've got earth. Really technically have all the elements with the Magician being present here as well. But I do feel like for somebody, you've got a new beginning, especially too, if you're asking about love, I mean, we can show the entire reading really. But for somebody here, talk about true partnerships, a partnership that feels like it's heaven sent. Even if it's a job or a move, they're trying to tell you that you're attracting a match. You've got law of attraction energy here a couple of different times and also new beginnings. So I do feel like if it's a job scenario with this Eight of Pentacles, you're focused, you're driven, they feel organized, doing things in a way that might feel a little bit methodical, banging it out is what I hear. So if you're doing something on your own, like some kind of a side hustle, you might have to bring in a little bit of self-care and balance because I feel like this is one of those energies where you are in the zone and it's going to be hard to get you out of it. Now, if you're moving or you move into a place or you're doing like some painting and things like that, again, you've got this. So you may go home from work and it's like you're right into this. Whatever it is, it's hard to get you out of focusing on this one thing until it's done. That's what I get, and you'll see it through until it's done. And so with this, though, too, in terms of relationships, you have somebody here that wants to commit, and I do feel like whoever it is, they embody this energy as well. It may be just their nature, though. Could be an earth sign, too, that you're attracting, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn. Somebody who really does see, they see in some ways work as service, okay, as being of service in some capacity. And they also, I feel like they do a whole lot of the next right thing. This is not somebody who would ever intentionally try to shortchange a situation. I just feel like they give it their full effort, whatever it is, they're all in it. And so this is also too a great energy with this for anybody if you're doing something with the physical body. The Pentacles are about money, yes, but they're also about manifesting and the body. So any new beginnings, if you have a weight loss goal, if you have a cholesterol goal, if you have some other body fat or something, this is like where you'll stick it through until the end. And you do have with this case there may be a new viewpoint with that too, if it's about the physical body. Well, I love all the yellow in the backdrop. That just makes my heart sing. It's telling you you're blessed. And with this Chariot energy, I mean, this is strength, it's power, it's driven energy, and it's triumphant. This is one of those cards we'd love to see at the conclusion spot of the Celtic cross. It's like whatever it is you're asking about, it's yours. And so if you are moving too, you may find that the changes in the housing market are going to benefit you. If you've kind of been holding out and saying, yeah, I'm not dealing with this mess, I do feel like somebody here is going to really be advantageous, is what I hear. But this is also too, can be part of travel, moving, I mentioned. In terms of relationships, though, it's rock solid, and this is bringing heaven to earth. You have it twice. The same concept of bringing heaven to earth. And so I do feel like in a relationship, whoever it is, they're not here to play around and play games. They're here to, if it's a new relationship, they're here to understand you. They're here to, see if there's chemistry, if things click. And it's very authentic. I do feel though there is, I mean, this is somebody who is gonna move forward with. And they're very much straightforward. I like their energy a whole lot because they're very trustworthy. And they may be somebody too though who has a bit of an adventurous side, so they're not boring by any means. They like to get out and do things, but like I said earlier, they know when to work and when to play. And so you're not gonna have to worry about them like having a lot of fun, but they're so responsible. Absolutely not. It's really, we got the best of both worlds, is what I hear, the best of both worlds here. So with the Empress energy, this is a time where you will be thriving. Now, she is the mother of the tarot. You got fertility here, and especially too with that 10 of cups, 2 of cups. I don't know if you saw my lamp flicker when I talked about the fertility. It did. You got the happy healing card, and you have great healing energy. So if there's been some sort of a loss, there may be a gain in that department. It's a wonderful softening energy, though. This is love. It's feeling supported and guided and loved, nourished. And so it really does go, though, on a deep level. I mean, I'm talking soul business with somebody where you're going to connect in a way with people that it helps you feel alive again. And so if you are doing something with that Eight of Pentacles, like even some kind of new hobby, where it's social and you're meeting new people, I just feel like there's going to be a thrill in the air. It's something about that. For some reason, I heard a punch in the air. I don't know. But with this Empress energy, it is a time of abundance. It is a time, too, of having great creativity. So if you are doing some kind of renovation or decorating or something like that, this is where you really are good at picking things out and making things your own and making it unique. That's the energy of this. Now, in terms of jobs, though, too, if somebody is moving forward or you're doing something on your own, again, your creativity is really going to help out in that, especially if you're making some kind of side business. Having great ideas, if you're making videos or something like that, will be great. Very dynamic energy, very just, I hear sort of on guard, but I don't feel like there's anything really out there weird. I just feel like it's creative. So with this energy of the Magician, again, you love this. It's a wonderful time in your life. This is a time of transformation. Some of you too may find that you're a bit less conditional. So even if you get a little bumps in the road, you don't have the cards don't indicate any major problems. But if you do, it's like it doesn't take you down. You know, life happens, we just don't go with it when it's problematic and when the energy is conditional. Now, for some of you too, you may find that you keep your good ideas yourself. If you have some hot stock tip or some insider information, I'm not encouraging anything illegal, by the way. I'm not trying to do time in federal prison here, but I do feel like if you have some kind of tip that you keep it yourself, because some of those things too, where you start to get too and invite too many people into our dealings that sometimes you have fear or negativity or anxiety and really us, and then we slow down, we call this, and then we start tapping the brakes on the Magician. We want to go full speed ahead. Now, I will say too, in terms of a relationship, this is the one. That's what we're attracting here, and they bring a lot to the table, but so do you. It's a match for sure. So with the Temperance energy, we love this. It's thriving and change. I love those little yellow lilies too in the backdrop. For some of you, that may be a bit of a sign of a synchronicity. You start seeing those all over. Even if it's like see a pair of socks that I have. I'm not big into funny socks, but either way with that, you have to buy something and you go, oh my God, there they are. I feel like they're trying to tell you, look, this is a time where you are going to hit your stride. It is a time of bliss. I can't say that enough how good this energy is. And it is healing. So if you've been lost in love before, you lost out, you felt like, God, I don't even want it anymore. Here's where things, you meet somebody where you do. You can connect again, especially if it has been a while. I do get this feeling that somebody's had some heartache, but it's also too been more like your choice not to date. You may have had some offers, but also too, they weren't people you wanted to offer. And that's okay. I mean, I would suggest start going out with people you have interest in, absolutely not. So you put in the investment, you invest in the very best thing you can, and that's you. And so with this, you are going to be like a magnet towards people. And you will find too with this that people are going to want to help you out with nice little things for you. You may get compliments and just interactions that are really nice. It's just such a good loving energy here. So the 10 of Cups is happy family cup. I don't know why I said that. I was going to say company. I don't know why I was going to say that either. But with this energy, it is really harmonious. And so for some, if it is a new company or business you're moving into too, it's gonna feel like a work family right away. And I do feel like you're gonna be included, it's gonna be easy. There's nobody threatened, there's nothing worse, you go to a new job and people are threatened by your presence. This is like where you're included. I feel a very inclusive energy. It's arm in arm, people are dancing, and if it's to a company where you go in and they have been low on staff, oh my God. I feel like they won't stop telling you how great it is because they are, like I get a kind of a 9 of wands hanging on by a thread. So with the 2 of cups, it is a match, no matter what it is you're asking about. And 2 with the move, like I said, those of you that kind of stayed out of that wild housing market, and you said, I'm gonna see what's out there now. Here's where we find it right here. It's a match. It may not be until the fall. I do get that because I'm starting to see like leaves and fall stuff, like pumpkins and stuff like that. But I do feel like your efforts and your focus are going to pay off. Now with that Ace of Pentacles, it's a new resource coming in, a new beginning. That fence opens and says, go right through this archway. What is it that you want, Aries? Because it's yours for the taking. This will be a time in your life where it just seems like things are easy. Okay, anything new that you do here, like any new ideas in here, I'd say I'd be acting on them because they're good ideas. All ideas are good ideas I hear. Now again, we use our judgment with that, okay? So, all right, let's see here. What is this going to tell you, Aries? Aries, please. What messages do you have for Aries? Alright, we have here. Big happy changes. I've been seeing this one a little more regularly, but still not an approved flyer. Let go and let it flow. This reminds me of the energy of temperance, right? Moving forward. You've got this situation will improve. Like we said in the beginning, you manifested this for you. It's coming towards you. This energy is available in the next few months. You mentioned fall. Some don't like to hear that, but I do feel like there's something about that they do. Yes, it's that exclamation point on the end. You create your own reality. You have to worry anything. I love you, Aries. That is
Good job, Logan. Experience.
Trey, my name, Joe Rogan Podcast, my name. All day.
Yeah, we're talking about stuff. Yeah, teach me. It's swell. Go to that. tap will fix it. Every time I have like an injury, okay, it's stem cell.
How many times you got stem cells? Really?
Yeah, it does.
And you swear on it?
Oh, yeah, 100%. Everybody does. All the elite athletes I know, all these jiu-jitsu guys, Gordon Ryan. Gordon Ryan had something wrong with his shoulder. He got shot into his shoulder and fixed his neck. Really? Yeah, he had a problem with his neck for over a year. And it went away after putting stem cells in the shoulder. They literally find where the injuries are.
Yeah.
And it gravitates towards something else.
That's wild.
Yeah, between that and BPC 157, which is a body protecting compound 157, it's a peptide.
Body protecting compound sounds like a complete marketing thing.
That's
It's a body protecting compound.
It's like
inner armor. Yeah, it's an exoskeleton. Just take it. Don't ask questions.
It's made of smoke skin.
Yeah, the problem is I don't know. Like I told you, I called you. I call you, and I'm like, dude, supplements work. You're like, hey, fuck up. I've been saying that since I was 35.
Yeah, you fell into this. All you need is a good diet thing. Because they'll teach you that.
Well, I talked to doctors. When I did my podcast, I had guys who were like, no, I don't do it. People who worked at Harvard, I was like, do you take supplements? I don't. But then you look at it and you're like, well, but you're not athletes. You don't do sports.
You gotta talk to a doctor who's jacked. Like Huberman.
Yeah.
Jack scientist. That guy. Jack scientist.
Wayne Norton.
Yeah, Wayne Norton.
Andy Galvin.
Yeah. Scientists that are fit.
Yeah.
Talk to those guys. They'll all tell you supplements about it.
Yes. Well, I had them look under my hood at Rapid Health in Dan Carter, Andy Galvin. And then they just prescribed me just some stuff. Not a lot of stuff. Like, just like a multivitamin. CQ10. Tom Canale brings your testosterone up a little bit. I got a story about this. I told you that, by the way. My testosterone was 700. But my estrogen levels were at like 37. I'm a bitch. Now this is good. So I have to make a speech at my friend's wedding. I don't know what's going on with me, but I'm getting a little, I'm looking in the mirror and I'm getting, for the first time in my life, a little soft around the old hips in the back. And I'm like, all right, I'm getting old, so this can't be. No, hold on. Oh, there's a twist. Then I'm with my wife and I'm crying over shit I see in a scene in a rom-com or a fucking commercial. And I'm not kidding. I'm dead behind guys. You've known me a long time. I'm not very emotional. I'm certainly not going to share my emotions with you, but I'm bursting into tears. Now hold, please. Yeah. Now, I gotta make a speech at my boy Tart's wedding.
You're all emotional. Oh, that's my part of why you're emotional.
I get emotional at weddings. I'll admit that. Okay, I love it. My friend's getting married. His mother's an Afghan refugee. I know she went through a lot of stuff. So it's an emotional time. But I'm there to be funny and make a speech. That's what I'm there for. It's a festive moment. I couldn't get through the speech, sir. In the middle of it, I started crying so hard. I started crying that I couldn't finish the speech. And I couldn't get it together. So I thought something's wrong. Well,
why is it?
I was taking
men
have to I was taking Propecia. And I was taking Propecia, and it was raising my estrogen levels. And it was binding my testosterone up.
There's topical stuff that you can use to keep whatever fucking chemotherapy hair.
Bro, I'm going bald. I don't give a fuck. I'm not going to be bursting into tears.
Yes, you do.
Right?
Listen, man, I love being bald. I really do. If I could grow a full head of hair, I'm 100% shaving that.
You would?
I just have let it grow stubbly.
Yeah.
But then I shave it again. It stops you from having to have any uncomfortable conversations with barbers. Oh my God.
Just take a little off here.
Well, sometimes they'll tell you a story and then they're holding the scissors. And I told that motherfucker, and you're like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Please cut my hair.
Yeah.
Don't just fucking kidnap me. Force me to listen to this story that has no ending about someone who disrespected you at work. Like, oh no.
Do you know what I have? I have a weird thing where if you clip scissors near my ear, I start getting a tingly sensation in my back and I start to twitch. Yeah, it's
When you're a kid, maybe or something?
I don't know, it's just it's a nerve thing. I start to twitch. So when something goes in your ear, like that.
I haven't had a haircut in like 12 years. I just I keep one here too if I need a little touch up.
Yeah, I cut mine.
Looks like. Do you have a flow?
Somebody took a picture of me. I was with my kid, and they took a picture of my profile, and literally I'm playing over here. And I looked at my profile, and I texted my wife, I go, listen, I know I'm very ugly. Just so you know. I don't know how you went from, she dated like a black professional athlete. You went from chocolate and jacked to medium, narrow, gray, and wrinkled. And I don't get it. It's just,
Stop thinking about it.
I know.
That's the problem. Think about life.
No, I think you gotta be nice to yourself.
Sure.
And I'm not good at that.
Oh,
You gotta learn how to talk. You gotta learn how to be truthful all the way across the board, but with yourself, and then be nice to yourself.
it's one of the reasons why I work out so hard. Because when I work out really hard, I have respect for myself.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah.
if you force yourself to do something, for that day, I know I'm not a lazy piece of shit. For that day, I know I'm focused. For that day, when I'm done, I'm like, I know who I am. I get shit done.
That's exactly
Yeah.
my philosophy on all that sort of self-restraint and discipline is that every time you do something like that, it's a victory. Every time you don't do it, it's a defeat. And in my opinion, you get weaker. It's not about getting your body stronger. You know, we're all flesh and blood. You can take me out. You know,
Yeah.
It's more about the fact that no matter what's going on in my life, I show up.
I think mental resilience is like cardiovascular fitness. I think you have to work on it all the time.
It never ends.
And I think that's the same with comedy. I know that's the same with archery. I know that's the same with playing pool. I know that's the same with jiu-jitsu. It's one of those things where these are all perishable skills. And I think mental resilience is a perishable skill.
And it's perishable minute by minute.
Yes.
And you can never let off. It's like, you know, you get to a point in your life where maybe you have a bunch of goals and you scratch them off. In some ways, the most lost I was at 50, I think, I kind of like, I drew a line through a lot of the things I wanted. I came down there to do. And what I realized was that I'm not aiming to just, you need a challenge, but more importantly, I think there's something that you gain from the idea that anything that happens to you, I don't care, especially bad things, especially discomfort, especially something new, especially something that's painful or creates anxiety or just the unknown. I think that is, all of those things can truly be looked at as good. And the reason they should be looked at as good is, and more, in fact, better for you than the good things that happen a lot of times, is a very simple reason. It's if you take the perspective that it is, you can call it God, the universe, I don't care what you call it. It is the order of things. Instead of looking at what you can get from the universe, try to look at it as what the universe is trying to get from you. So anything you go through that's difficult, that's very uncomfortable, is there to make you grow. There are hidden gifts in that great unknown, in that chaos. And if you embrace it properly, you will come out the other side proud of yourself, much stronger, and with a deeper understanding. Maybe more empathy at the end of the day for everything.
Yeah, it's that old expression. It doesn't kill you, makes you stronger.
For real.
Yeah, it really does work that way.
Yeah.
It's just like lifting weights. Why do you get strong? It's strong because you're forcing your body to go something very difficult.
But do you ever have this, like with stand-up, I'm over it now. I'm really happy to go. Bro, I was there for 6 months. I started taking mushrooms.
Yeah.
I think mushrooms, well,
It's steroids for comedy.
mushrooms are,
100%, both of them.
oh, dude.
Mushrooms make me so much nicer, so much more connected to my material. Like when I do stand up on mushrooms,
Yeah.
I am just like so locked into what I'm saying. I'm never like press and play. I'm like really into what I'm saying, really thinking about what I'm saying.
I did acid for the first time.
Oh,
Yeah. And that was that was very interesting. And then I had a set, a 45-minute set. I was closing out the show in Venice. And I was still very much in the mix of what was going on with me. And I remember saying to my buddy Kaj, I go, dude, I don't know how I'm gonna do this. I actually don't know how I'm gonna do it. And then I saw, they had a picture of me from like 10 years ago.
And I don't know how I did it, but I started giving my younger self advice on stage, and it worked. So I was just improvising, and it worked. It was one of the best sets I've ever had in my life, and I'm not kidding.
Isn't that weird? Because you don't want to try to repeat. No, you want to get your ass in every time you stand up.
I wouldn't mind trying.
You will go so far gone. You'll be gone.
You can't. But you did. I was on the tail end of it. That might be the best time.
That's
Right?
the perfect time for me to be an edible. Like right when you're not scared of everything anymore, when it wears off, you're like, oh my god, I just want to get on stage.
Yeah.
Just be free.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That stand-up keeps you honest. And I never want to be because what I was trying to avoid was I said I don't want to repeat myself. I don't want to be obsessed with the same questions that I'm always obsessed with.
Right.
Which is really my questions are always what is masculinity? What's the difference between a coward and a hero? I've always had
That's questions.
my questions have always been something in that area. Because I internalized I think a more sense of what masculinity is. And so it's an interesting battle for me. But now, you have kids, and like you said, you can't think about yourself. You get older and you're just more in a position of service, but that forces you to contend with larger questions. I think a lot about God, which is.
So you become a Christian.
I'm becoming a Christian.
A lot of people do. I know a lot of very intelligent people later in life who embraced religious beliefs, whether it's Islam or Christianity, and they felt like it gave them structure that they didn't have before. And even if they didn't believe that, here's the problem. If God did at one point in time communicate to his disciples, there was no written language at the time. And as time went on, when they started writing things down, they wrote things down in languages that we don't use anymore. We don't use ancient Hebrew anymore. And the ancient Hebrew is fucking super complicated language where the letters double as numbers. So there's numerical value to all the words. So we lost all that in the translation to Latin, to Greek, to English. Like there's so much confusion as to what the original meaning of the word was. I'm sure you've read a tweet before that was in Russian, and then you press the translate button, and then it gives you this broken English version of what they're trying to say. Well, without the context of their language, understanding how to use grammar, it's very confusing when you're translating things. And then you have these ancient ways of describing things, right? Where it's so hard to understand what their point of reference was like, the way they were describing things. It's very different the way they say things than we do. So that's what we're doing. And then on top of that, you clearly have the work of man. So if this wasn't an enlightened encounter with some divine being that gave forth incredible wisdom to people, along with it there's some fuckery got added.
Yes.
And so the question is how much fuckery? Because it's not zero. There's never been never ever been a person in a position of power over a kingdom that didn't lie. That didn't manipulate, that didn't control the masses, if they were in control of whatever the religious documents were, for sure there's some fuckery.
I don't concern myself with those details.
No.
I think it almost misses the entire point. So what I'm interested in is the idea, you can get into, it's funny, I went to Israel for 10 days, right?
Yeah, I was excited to talk to you about it on the show.
We'll talk about it. And I went to Jordan, remind me to tell you that. But well, what I'm interested in, what gets me thinking is, it's very hard for me to wrap my head around the idea. I'm a Christian. I believe that Jesus rose. That's very hard for me. I just can't accept it. That's not how
You can't accept the resurrection.
I can't.
See, that's one of those.
That's okay.
What they mean by that.
But I will say this. I find it very, very intriguing and interesting that let's take Jesus Christ and Julius Caesar. Julius Caesar, the most powerful man in the world at the time. And let's just take any sort of reincarnation of that guy, just Jeff Bezos or whoever it might be. You've got the world at your fingertips, even Joe Rogan. Everybody loves you, everything's free, it is what it is. You reach the top of the mountain. And so let's take Julius Caesar. All the power in the world, commanded armies, ran everything, and anyone would be seduced by that prospect. It'd be pretty cool to be at the top of the mountain. Yet somehow there's a guy who was a radical rabbi, it just really means teacher, a first century Jew who, at the prime of his life, is killed, tortured, put up on a cross, and despite him being quote unquote God or very close to divinely inspired, he gets tortured and put on a cross. So there's no, you die with nothing. And oh, by the way, a couple of crazy notions. Love your enemy, walk. Walk as a humble person, sell all your possessions, give the money to the poor, all these things. And you in your body, there's something higher. So your appetites, this physical frame should be subservient to a higher ideal. And I'm going to prove it by being on a cross. And what's the last thing I'm going to say? Something to the effect of, I love you and I forgive you. Not a great way, not a good ending, by the way. Not a way if you want to get successful, but yet we revere that person. Somehow, all of us, atheists, Christians, whoever it is, somehow nostalgically or in our imagination know that the way he walks, that path, even if it ends in total ruin, that path somehow has more power. Somehow it lasts longer. Somehow it has more meaning. Even if we try to emulate it to a lesser degree, somehow it makes us feel, somehow there seems to be something, it seems to dovetail with the laws of the universe. It seems to dovetail with something we would call the truth, something we call beauty, something we call inspiration. That's what I'm interested in. We don't talk about Julius Caesar or anybody who accomplishes crazy things the way we talk about people like Mohandas K. Gandhi, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, people that were emulating this idea, the idea of passive resistance, the idea of turning the other cheek, and then a guy like Christ, the Buddha. I find that interesting. I find it very interesting that human beings seem to resonate when they think about it. I always say, my best version of myself is clearing his throat in the other room. You know, you and I call it the pesky truth. Like I gotta get this shit done over here. I know the right way. I know what I should be doing. I know the way I should be behaving. And I find it very interesting that if you were to just accept that the laws that are laid down in the scripture, let's say the Old Testament, the New Testament, the Quran, the Abrahamic religions, I'm just going to talk about that for a second. There's a lot of self-restriction in that. There's a lot of prudence in that. There's a lot of, it ain't that much fun. You can't be promiscuous.
Well, look at a guy like Khabib.
Exactly.
Khabib Nurmagomedov is arguably the greatest fighter of all time. He's definitely not. I mean, the guy lost like 2 rounds ever in his whole career. He is devoutly religious. 5 times a day, it's called to prayer. They don't fuck around. During Ramadan, there's no eating or drinking or nothing during the day. The training is all like brutal and Spartan. And
he takes no credit. What does he do all the time?
And he's super humble. Yes, always. He's super humble. And he's, he's admirable, right? But you see a man like that, that's a man of character.
Yes.
That's a man of distinction.
Yes.
That's a champion.
Yes, I'd rather fight an atheist than a man coming to me singing the fucking Psalms.
Yeah.
Right? Remember when Holyfield was singing the Psalms when he
yeah.
stepped in with the unbeatable Mike Tyson?
Yeah.
Well, he had the Holy Ghost, the Father and the Son and him. So that's 4 people that Tyson was fighting that day.
But just pure belief in himself.
Yes.
Yeah.
But more belief in something higher than himself.
Yeah.
That's what I think that we are in deep trouble if we don't have a transcendent truth we believe in. That's where I disagree with Sam Harris. Because Sam is a very smart guy, and I think is I love listening to him, and I agree with a lot of what he said. But I think Sam makes the argument that if you look at nature, the golden rule, treat your neighbor as you treat your neighbor as you treat yourself, or whatever, treat others, is can almost be proven in nature. It's a better way to walk. I don't think that's enough. I think you need to feel like somebody.
That's a hard sell when you look at red nature.
I know it is. I know it's
survival of the fittest is the clearest. If there's like some sort of mandate for the world, it's survival of the fittest. And then whatever those things are, have to figure out how to get more fit because their prey is getting more fit.
Yes.
It's just this constant horrific cycle of eating things.
That's why he was saying, if you're a gazelle and you wake up, run fast. If you're a lion, you wake up and run
I
fast.
had a conversation with a friend of mine once. He said, "You always talk about nature, but it's this horrible thing. But you go to nature, it's beautiful." I go, "Yeah, that's because they're digesting. They're digesting everything they just fucking mauled and tore to pieces in front of its mother."
Correct.
What are you talking about? Yeah, if you're a pin, like what do? You go hiking? You think you know nature? Like, listen, bitch, I stare a mountain lion in the eyes. They're terrifying.
It's a war.
They're terrifying. I made eye contact with a grizzly bear from like 50 yards away. Oh shit, my pants. It wasn't even a big one. It was like a 6-foot grizzly bear. They look at you so different than any other bear. Because I've only been around, I've been around grizzly bears like this shit like that, but that's a different animal. When you see them in the wild, they look through you. They look at you like this. So like a regular bear, like a black bear, they look at you like, "What are you? What's going on here?" They kind of side eye you because they're not the king of the forest. So as they wander around, they're always terrified that a grizzly's gonna show up. So they look at you like, "Whoa." And actually, unless the big black bear, they tend to, when they attack people, they tend to do it predatory. Yes. Whereas grizzlies oftentimes,
my kids.
Yeah, the kids are there, or you fucked up, you're scared. But there's a distance. When they're inside that distance, it's very dangerous.
Here's my thing. There are 2 animals I want to get eaten by. or mess up the chin, because they just start pulling shit off, because they're spiteful.
Yeah.
And then, a bear, because, no, I'll take a cat.
You're right.
No, listening, no problem. I'll tell you what, they grab you by the back of your neck and you go bye-bye. They just.
You just want to go by
Yeah, yes, I do.
Fight out of it?
I sure don't, because I ain't winning.
Well, sometimes people survive. There's been a bunch of dudes who survive getting grizzly bear fucked up, but these are like faces.
Yeah, but sometimes they eat you guys first. The problem is they start eating your
If they
legs.
start,
Yeah, that's a problem.
if they eat what's wrong.
Yeah, and it's 1,100 pounds.
And that's all the grizzly bear story. This is half an hour from the kill.
That's right. And what's his name? From the person listening. He's like, whatever you do, don't listen. I'm just begging you not to listen. Burn this tip. Yeah.
That's unintentional comedy that's ever been made.
I agree 100%.
It's an amazing documentary.
It's a comedy.
It's a comedy. When that sheriff looks right at the camera, goes, I thought he was retarded. Like, come on, this is a comedy. And then the smash cut after that. Like, where Herzog's a genius. He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing.
100%.
Because there is some beauty in the story, and there's some tragedy in the story, and there's like this weird human element where this clearly gay guy who's in the closet is out wandering around in the woods pretending he's protecting grizzly bears. It's fucking amazing. Like, he had amazing encounters. Like, he had an incredible friendship with this little fox who was like hanging out with him. Like, foxes, like, when you camp in a place for a long period of time, they realize you're not dangerous. They just become your friend. They hang out, man. They hang out. The fox is hanging out with this dude. The fox stole his hat. They were playing. The fox stole his hat and dragged it to his den. And he's laughing with the fox and chasing after him. Give me my hat. Give me my hat.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I remember I was in Alaska and a guy had a female wolf. And I said, he found some, I don't know what happened, he adopted it. And that female wolf, first of all, he said, you have a wolf, you're not going to the store and leaving the wolf. That's not how it works. Right. The wolf is always with you. That's how it is. It's not like, I'll be home in 8 hours. No, that's a wolf, bro. They're going to break out of that. Whatever they're going to do, you're part of their pack and you're not going anywhere. And it was so smart that he would bring it hunting. And it figured out that he only killed does. And so it would point the way a pointer does. It would literally point whenever it smells of doe and not when it smells of stag. Yes. And then I said, well, what about male wolf? And he said, no.
Where was this?
In Alaska. I was in Ketchikan. And he said, I was fishing, and I didn't see the wolf, but
Did she stay?
I don't know.
She puts up that.
Yeah.
Males come around.
That'd be an issue. But the males, I said, would you ever have a male? And he said, you never have a male. I said, why? It was because it would always be challenging. It would always the pack animals. And it would always be, you guys would always be in a situation and you'd end up getting fucked up. Yeah. That's 150 pounds.
There's a lot of people that have wolf dogs.
Yeah,
Second eighths and wolves. Yeah, they're so sketchy. They kill everything.
They kill kids. And the reason they kill kids is because they have a very, their pack hierarchy is incredibly present in their DNA. So what happens is, if you have a child in that house, when you leave, that dog, that wolf, considers that child to be lower. It's going to challenge. So they had too many times where hybrid wolves, I'm not sure people, hybrid wolves, they're the nicest dogs. No, you know, they're great dogs, but a lot of people actually testified at these because at the lawsuits and things, because those dogs, they're wolves, and they look at children as being below the pack. So there's always a chance they're going to take that competitor out. Yeah. There we go. So, no hybrids, bro.
Yeah, I had a friend that had one that got out, he was living on winters, he got out and killed 8 of the neighbor's sheep. Just went on Slaughterfest.
Doing bullshit.
Just doing bullshit. Yeah. Just killed them all. Yeah. Just
Didn't eat something, right?
No, didn't eat at all. Yeah. Just found out that they were contained in this little fenced-in area. Like, that fence is 4 feet high. Boink. Just jumped over that fence like it was nothing. You ever see a coyote jump a fence?
Yeah. They're so graceful.
I saw a coyote deer jump over my back fence with one of my chickens in his mouth.
Dude, and I've been to that. I know exactly what fence you're talking about. That's a 7-foot fence, 6 feet.
Yeah. He went up to the top of it, was nothing. Toes to the top. Boing. God, like a gymnast.
With a chicken.
With a chicken in his mouth. Yeah. What's chicken weigh? 5 pounds.
100 pounds. I don't know biology, but I think it's about 100 pounds.
What's a chicken weigh? What is like a female chicken weigh? About that? They feel like they're about 5 pounds. And maybe this motherfucker just with it in his mouth, just bound over that fence like it was non-existent. And I was like under the illusion that those fences were keeping these cocksuckers out.
Yeah, of course. Well, 6 feet, and it had spikes on it. I saw it.
Right, he went over it like it was not. He got his feet on the bars. He just sprang up. I watched his time. Yeah, that is insane.
Just fast.
Onto the roof. Look how insane that is. That's a skinny ass fucking picket fence. He lands on the
Most
top.
people would do that.
No.
Maybe a Belgian Mountain Dog.
Yeah, maybe a Belgian Mountain. They would do it.
Bro, this guy, Matt, Mike, you know who he is? He's a SEAL. He trains in mountain west. I had a 65-pound mountain monk. I was he's in Dallas. Shout out to Mike. And he
Put the bike suit on.
I did. Put the bike suit on. And then he had the dog in the car. And the handler had the dog on the leash. And so he said, just walk up to the car and just be kind of aggressive. 65-pound dog, skinny, little dog. You look at it like whatever. And I started going, and then I just stick my arm in, and the thing grabs on me. And my buddy Nick, who's a bodybuilder, crazy strong, he did the same thing. The pressure. Have you ever done it?
No.
It'll give you a new respect. It'll give you a new respect for the power of an animal. The pressure through the sleeve was so disconcerting. And I knew, because I already done it in Afghanistan. I did I did the USO, yeah, come on. I did the USO tour, so we had dogs, these giant Dutch Shepherds, Lusans. But this 65-pound dog was doing it because it hated me. It's one thing when it's a game of tug of war where it's prey drive. This thing had fight drive. This thing was like, I hate your guts. I'm going to try to kill you. His eyes just went, those grizzly bear eyes. And my buddy, Nick, got depressed. I said, you all right? He says, no, I'm a little bit depressed. I said, why? Because I've never felt that kind of pressure on my arm, and I'm a really strong guy. I said, oh yeah. And Matt, who's a SEAL, he goes, your body shuts down. When you get bit like that by a dog like that, even a 65-pound dog, a lot of times what happens is the nerves get crushed, so you can't use that arm. You're in big trouble. So even if you're on PCP, you just shut down. Right?
Those guys that get attacked by dogs, like when they stick dogs on them, those guys are never the same again.
No.
When they grab their arms, that arm is fucked forever.
Correct. You can't do that. That's why Rottweilers, I heard they don't use Rots anymore because they were hard to recall, and their mouths are so big and they bite so hard that it causes permanent damage, and the cops will get sued. So let's use a Malinois, bite really hard, but you can calm them off faster. They might bite less with their back teeth, blah blah blah. Although they inhale you, they fucking inhale you. Now hold it, please. That is a dog. Now let's go with the Nile crocodile, or a grizzly bear, or any of those things. Enjoy that shit. Why are we talking about animals?
I watched a video today where a crocodile swim with a guy in his mouth.
I see that. I watch it once a week.
People on the bridge. I don't know what language you're speaking. And or fuck, you're dragging a crocodile.
Yeah. Well, you had the guy on Amazon. Talking about Black Kings. Yeah. Love that podcast, but
I did not know Black Kings are 16 feet long.
Well, my buddy, he was a Green Beret. He was the last Green Beret to jungle training, I guess, in Brazil. They had this joint task force with the Brazilian Special Forces. Yeah. So.
Here's the dude swimming with the body in his mouth.
Yeah, that's not a good time.
That's so dark.
Yeah, that's brutal.
By the way, this is not the one I watched. It was a different one. But
Notice his other arms off. He doesn't have it on. Had one foot. See that? That's so insane.
But so this is Costa Rica. Where is this? Australia.
Yes. So these Green Berets are with the Brazilian Special Forces, and in the middle of the night they go, get in the water. You guys got to swim 2 miles. And then they were shining a spotlight on the banks of the river, and you just see these eyes. They're like, don't swim to the bank, don't swim to the bank. But it was all these guys, it was a big group of guys swimming. They get to the rock, and one guy just wasn't there. They had a moment of silence, and that was the end of it. And they got back in the boats. That was their plan. Got taken by Black King. Just disappeared, just that quickly. See you later. You can't do that. You can't just swear in water over there. It's 18 foot. So I can't.
Why did they name it?
Oh, because.
Yeah, I saw. Yeah, what are they all out there for?
It's got this 10. I mean, he probably knew where he was. I would.
Maybe it's last camped out.
That's not good, bro.
Those are alligators.
Yeah.
So, whoa. Keep back up.
Yeah, well, those eyes,
behind
yeah.
it.
Oh!
Eyes.
That's a nightmare.
insane. That is so insane.
You go out to take a piss and you just get rolled.
That must be like a place where they help beach to dry off or something.
I don't know. Back to God. That's hell. Yeah.
Hell on earth.
Do you think about? Do you think about like spirituality or God?
I definitely don't bring it up.
Yeah.
But you had a lot. I'm thinking a lot about spirituality.
Yeah.
So those black hands as well. Homeboy just decided to camp out with a nest.
Yeah, you do that in Australia and you come in your tent.
It's just, there's so many interesting things on this earth in terms of life forms and how they interact with the other life forms. Some things, giant life forms that have existed in that same exact shape for how many millions of years? How many millions of years have crocodiles been around? Let's guess, 100.
I mean, they're dinosaurs.
Yeah, I mean, they're giant reptiles, right? Like, what is the number? I would say 100 million years. They probably predate dinosaurs, don't they? Or coexisted with
I would
dinosaurs.
imagine a version of that.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably what life was like 65 million years ago. It was that everywhere. Very few mammals.
I think what you're supposed to do is say you're on an island, you have to get to safety. Because there's that story about the guys who got stranded on an island.
240 million years ago. They first appeared 240 million years ago with the Mesozoic era and the time of the dinosaurs, while others have evolved in different shapes and forms. The crocs stuck. Have stuck to the crocs have stuck to the same structure for the last 200 million years.
It's not in the Bible, dude, so I don't know.
See, that's the problem, right? That's the problem.
Well, that's my problem. For me, it's about metaphor. Right? Like, there are too many contradictions. That's why I'm not about the details. I'm just more interested in the overall arching idea that I do think there is something called truth, and I think there's something called a lie. I think there's something called a good way to live and a bad way to live. And I think if you extrapolate in either direction, one leads to something like fulfillment or who you're supposed to be, and then the other leads to who you're not supposed to be. That's what I kind of
think this is the source of it. What do you like? Where did the Bible come from? Did it come from man's inherent understanding of his connection with God and they wrote things down and then stories, or were there real experiences that were going on?
I'll answer it this way. I think that anytime you go through any kind of loss or destruction or hardship, you have a better chance at seeing something you wouldn't if you came from nothing but comfort, safety, and something like the Garden of Eden. Right. So I think that I don't think anybody escapes suffering. I don't think anybody escapes some kind of ruin, some kind of loss, some kind of even age. You start to lose all the things you're proud of, and I think having to contend with that maybe, and trying to derive meaning from that. Because if you don't have that,
But hang on, so that's a person. That's not God, right? So it's a person's experience with misery in life and reality led to the creation of the Bible.
I think I'm just talking about the idea that there are things that human beings are capable of. For example, conceiving of something that doesn't have any material relevance in the world, but that later on does. So let me give you an example. There are mathematicians that devote their entire life to a theorem. It's 350 pages long, they're 80 years old. There's 6 people in the world understand what it's about, and they end up dying. And then 150 years later, somebody's trying to put a rover on Mars, and they go, you know what? This equation actually is what I've been looking for, and what we need to do such and such and such and such. So all of a sudden, it bears material reality. And I think that's an example of maybe something that is grounded in the human mind that doesn't have to have its roots in experience. Doesn't have to have its roots in what you can touch and what you can measure, but rather what you can imagine. That's interesting to me. That's the difference between a human being, say, and ChatGPT or artificial intelligence. The idea that artificial intelligence is working on a model that already exists. It's sourcing from everything that's already been. Something like the theory of relativity, or something like a theoretical math theorem, or for that matter, even something that's really beautiful. I don't know what it would be, like the Sistine Chapel, right? That brings us to our knees because it surprises us, it shocks us. It goes beyond what we thought was possible. That I think is what's endlessly fascinating. And then I would say to you, why? What is it about the human brain that we have a mind that can actually conceive of something like that and wants to? What is it about our mind that seems to have limitless potential for understanding and for creativity? To what end? To what end? It's not just comfort. It's not just, so I can have more food and I can watch more stuff. Anybody who's had all that, sensation doesn't do the trick, man. You can follow all the sensation you want.
There also seems to be something, creating something that's undeniably amazing and beautiful, like St. Peter's Basilica, where when you walk in there, it's so overwhelmingly beautiful that everyone gasps.
Yes.
And all these people are looking around. And isn't that, in a sense, doesn't that mimic the divine force of creation in the universe, right?
Yeah, you know what it does.
You human beings and their creativity and their mind and their effort to express that have created this awe-inspiring thing of beauty.
And you know what Schopenhauer and Nietzsche said about that? That is called, when you see great art like that, when you do great art, anything like that, when you say, I had a feeling of awe, what you're really saying is, I forgot I was human for a second, or an hour, or whatever. Meaning, you forget you have to go to the bathroom, you have to have sex, you have to eat, you have to make money. Something about that arrested development, that sort of in high relief, you kind of go, something that's possible. There's this, it's like this thing where you just go, how do you not believe in God when I have this feeling of inspiration? And so God, again, let's be careful with that. I don't say Jesus. I'm just saying something bigger than myself.
Overwhelming power.
There might be a point. There might be a point to this. There might be something about like those two different ideas of power. There's power that makes me bow my head, I'm afraid of you. Okay, Paul Potter, Mao Zedong, or Stalin had. Then there's the kind of power that Michael Jordan has. Where I look up and I want to be like you. And it's the same idea. So you see somebody who seems to do what you didn't think was possible. You watch Jordan in his prime. You watch an amazing musician do something on a guitar like Jeff Beck and create a sound you haven't heard, or the Sistine Chapel, or whatever it might be. And you just go, how did you do that? How the fuck did you do that?
And then there's a similar feeling you get when you see you are on a ridge and you're looking out and you see snow-capped mountains and a creek running through it. You're walking by like, holy shit, this is beautiful. It's beautiful. And what is that thing about people with recognition of beauty? Like, are we the only animal that recognizes beauty? We don't just recognize it, we value it so highly. Whether it's a beautiful landscape or a beautiful car, a beautiful woman, a beautiful house. There's something about the way things look that to us is just awe-inspiring.
There's a whole body of romantic body of body of thought that says that beauty and truth are almost the same thing. You know how the Greeks define beauty? It's a beautiful way to put it. In one word, harmony. If you watch a cheetah run, that's what you're watching. If you watch even symmetry on the human body, you watch somebody in slow motion doing what they do really well, a great boxer. You watch like Crawford or someone. There's something about where they place their feet, how they move their body. You just go, even the way a great athlete is built is a thing of beauty.
Sure, like martial arts, it really is an art form. Because when someone pulls it off in an amazing way, it is beautiful. It really is. There's no denying it. Also, like when Justin Gaethje head kicked Dustin Poirier this weekend, that was a thing of beauty. It was amazing. It was amazing.
Were you there for that?
Yeah.
Did you hear it?
It was perfect. It's the perfect kick.
Yeah.
Amazing. Dustin Poirier like that.
We had on Fire Kid yesterday. We had Jorge Masvidal, who I love.
Oh,
he's the best. And Jorge was Dustin's sport. So Jorge was he's a fight. He kept watching every time Dustin would kick low. Justin was kind of dipping his head. So Jorge's right at the start of the second round, like head kick, Dustin head kick, head up. Fuck, no, I didn't say Justin, Dustin. He just called him. And it was just clear his hair here. By the way, I don't know if you heard the numbers, there's some numbers going around there. I was like, I heard those numbers, and I kind of went, hey, he's in. Then I was like, hey, what the fuck are you talking about? I go, get the fuck up. And I was like, maybe I'll do it. It's some numbers.
yeah. Brendan just wanted to hit that.
Just wrestle him.
Yours, friend.
Wrestle him.
If you can.
He was throwing Derek Lewis out there with all of us.
Good.
Wait, hold on. Just hear me out.
Do you want to die?
Sir, hear me out. I'm just talking about just shoot the glass bell. Take him to the ground and shut that.
the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
I'm just talking.
Derek Lewis puts people in neighboring dimensions. He hits you so fucking hard, you just cease to exist in this plane. It's so terrifying. When he knocked out Curtis Blades with that uppercut,
Oh,
Curtis
God.
Blades is a big man.
Yes, I've seen him train.
Big man. And Derek landed that uppercut just flat on him. It just
What is that? What is that power? Like, I think
He has the best power in the history of the sport.
he does
Yeah, Derek Lewis has the most knockouts. Look, statistically, he has the most knockouts.
more than a pound.
He has 14 now, I believe.
And
Because he just knocked out Rogerio. He's a fucking monster, man. When Derek starts swinging bombs at you, man, the power that guy generates is so crazy. Even Ghana didn't engage. That was the most boring fight of all time.
Oh, God.
Watch this again. Watch that uppercut again. Watch that again. It's so.
Oh. Okay.
I mean, he's out. He's
That's
out
great.
long before that. I mean, he's out before he hits the ground. Derek's the number one knockout puncher in the history of the sport. He has more knockouts than anybody in any division in all the sport. He fucks everybody up, dude. You don't want to get hit once by Derek Lewis. He drops bombs, man.
All I'm saying is there a number on a check?
And he's a lot more fit now, too. That was what's really interesting about his last fight. He really dedicated himself. He had abs. You look at the weigh-ins, he had abs. You look at it like, because he used to have to starve himself to get 265. So he would really be undisciplined about it, where he had to go 3 days without eating. And he did that a couple of times. He did that for one of his last fights, and he felt terrible. Because he's got to weigh 265, which is, to me, insane.
That he has to suck down.
Yeah,
That's how big he is.
That's how big he is.
I was in the elevator once.
And that's also why they should have a fucking super heavyweight division. You want to see a 400-pound dude?
Yes, I do. Yes, I
what's in a mountain fighting MMA?
I agree.
The mountain could not fight MMA. It's too big.
Well, the biggest guy is Brian Shelton, who I've become good friends.
He's so big. What does he weigh?
So Brian came to my show in Denver, and I did a whole episode of 2 episodes called Best of, my YouTube show with him. I went to his gym and I worked out with him. It was just so
Just
much
do
fun.
like the Apple Stones and shit.
Dude, listen, this is a real thing, okay, he's 6'8", I think he might be 6'9", and he's
441
He
pounds.
was 465 pounds, fucking trim.
465.
Now,
So he'd have to lose 200 pounds to fight in the UFC.
Dude, he took 300 pounds in one hand, Joe. 300 pounds in one hand, look, and went like that. He squatted 720, 720. Yeah, he's ridiculous. But there's more to it. But let's
He's a very smart guy.
Very smart. You gotta have him on podcast. Very smart. He's about to do the Brian Shaw Classic, which is gonna be huge. He's squatting a car at the Brian Shaw Classic.
Imagine trying to do jiu-jitsu with something.
Well, I'm obsessed with him because he squatted 720 pounds 13 times in under a minute.
Why don't we get this guy to train jiu-jitsu? How old is he?
He's 40.
He's small kid about it.
I know he would.
Why does he just get into like blue belt level?
He's playing with the idea of arm wrestling and Levant, the greatest guy of all time. He sent a funny video going, Brian, we don't need you in your wrestling. He's so ridiculously strong. You gotta remember, he picked up a Thomas Inch barbell. He was playing basketball. He was just walking around like a giant guy. And you know what the Thomas Inch is? It's a circus trick. Like nobody can do it. You have to pinch the barbell and lift it up. It's like everybody strong tries to do it. You can't do it. It's one in like 100 million people can do it. And he walked over and goes, what is this? And he goes, that's a Thomas Inch. Try to pick it up. Nobody could do it all day. And he goes, okay. And just pinch it like this. And the guy goes, do you know what you just did? He goes, no.
This is before he started training?
Yes, sir.
Oh
And he
my
goes, if you don't
God.
become a strong man, but what makes Brian special is his intelligence, but he's super competitive. To the point you came to my show in Denver, and we're talking. Yeah, those are over 200 pounds.
Bro, I want to get this here.
Oh, no, listen to this.
Talking to slap fighting.
Well, there's a video of him slap fighting. He's
No.
Yes. You don't understand how big he is.
Oh, I do understand. I saw a picture of you guys next to each other.
Yeah. Now he.
He's like Shaquille O'Neal, but built like the Hulk.
But this is how he is. He read a story about a guy. I think he knew the guy who got fucked up by a black dog. The bear pulled his face off or something like that. And the bear weighed like, I think they found the bear was like 450 pounds. Okay? And Brian was like, he told this story. I go, so what are you saying? He goes, I just want to know how I do against the bear. He was dead serious. I go, what do you mean? He goes, I mean, I'm just telling you, I'm just saying, I'm going to give the bear trouble. I was like, but it was so funny. I go, stop it right now. Stop it right now. He goes, I'm just saying, I'm just curious, but he's that competitive. He's that fucking competitive.
That's cute. As far as human beings go, that guy rules the roost. But when it comes to bears, he might as well be you. He might as well be me. He might as well be Jamie. He might as well be a 12-year-old boy.
Well, no, I think he's bear's in trouble.
It is the bear in trouble.
He's 450 pounds. And great crazy strong.
It doesn't matter. You're not a bear. The strength those things have, the speed, they drag the bite force around with their fins. They bite a moose and just drag it into the woods by the face.
I'm talking about a 450 pound bear.
What kind of bitches?
Hey man, black bears.
It's so fun. The bites can be so terrifying. They can start shredding pieces off of you, and then you start bleeding, and then you get weak.
Yeah.
With no chance.
Now he's going to be a sweetheart here.
What's this guy?
That's his story.
Yeah. He just doesn't know what to do.
Yeah.
But if you talk, listen,
Now you gotta understand
you can't
how-
let him do that. If
Yes.
he wanted to, he could have
Yes.
fucking slammed
Yes.
them. But the reality here, so now he's in guard.
He's doing, if he really wants to get
Wrestling
arrested,
shoes on.
he's going to do anything he wants.
He's got too much grip. I wouldn't allow him to have those shoes on. Put fucking shoes on.
He's different strong. Like he'll squeeze you, he'll squeeze you till you move.
Well, Dustin was a real black belt jiu-jitsu. I'm sure he defended himself if the guy didn't know what he was doing. But all you have to do is teach him what to do. See, if you just like put him through like a John Donner 6-month course, he'd be assassinating people.
Yeah. You know what we're doing for Kid Red?
What do you do?
We're gonna have
Brandon Sharp get more brain damage?
Well, I have to talk about that.
No, you're not talking him into that.
We're talking.
What the
There
fuck is
might
wrong
be
with you?
there might be a check. I'm
It
gonna
was
be his
one of the
manager.
most traumatic moments in the history of us doing podcasts together is convincing him to stop fighting.
Now listen.
Why?
hey, if there's a number on the check.
You're like the colonel in the Elvis movie. That piece of shit.
But how about this? Mighty Mouse. Round one.
Yeah, Rose.
Yes, I'm putting all my money on Derek Lewis. And so is Brendan.
Bro, I would too. I can't bet on the UFC, but I'll bet on that.
Brendan.
Sorry, Brendan.
No, Brendan he's not gonna do it until
They're talking about Derek as a free agent now, and they're talking about maybe Derek going over to the PFL and getting $2 million to fight Francis.
Well, you know who's gonna be bare knuckle. You know, Jorge Masvidal on September 8th, who's fighting. You know, on this.
His event, right?
Yeah. Mauricio Verdum versus Junior Dos Santos.
Yes.
That's bare knuckle.
Yes.
But it's MMA.
Bro, Fabricio Verdum is sick shit.
Oh, it's crazy.
Fabricio Verdum, something happened to him, like I don't know how long ago it was, but he just got super fucking dedicated to training.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden now he's got a six-pack, he looks shredded. Fabricio Verdum, people forget that he is in the argument for one of the greatest heavyweights of all time. He's in the argument as the number one guy because he tapped all the greats. He tapped Cain Velasquez, he tapped Fedor Emelianenko, he tapped Minotauro. Bro, he tapped everybody. Fabricio Verdum, in my opinion, you have to consider him in the list of all the greats. Knocked out Mark Hunt with a flying knee. Fabricio Verdum is the fucking man.
Travis Brown.
Yeah, listen, man, guys beat him and Steve Ray knocked him out, but he's a warrior. He fought everybody, and he beat the best guys in their prime. When he tapped Fedor, it was wild. Nobody could beat Fedor. Fedor was unstoppable. And when Fabricio Verdum locked him up in a triangle, you see Fedor tap, you're like, holy shit. You don't forget, it was all when Buster Douglas beat Mike Tyson. Like, it couldn't be done.
Right.
Fabricio catches him in a triangle.
Yeah.
Fabricio was so dangerous because his guard was just as lethal as his top game. A lot of times those big guys, with the exception of Frank Mir, who also had a super, super lethal guard as a heavyweight, most of those really big guys, they're always on top of the training room, right? They're 250, 260, they're just driving on top of you and they're getting mount. And, you know, they use that strength and that pressure as for their game. But Fabricio Verdum is smart. And so what he realized is, look, he's already a big, giant dude. If he develops a lethal fucking guard, it doesn't matter where he is. So he put as much emphasis into the guard as every other aspect of his game. So his guard was just fucking nasty against world-class heavyweights in an MMA fight. To lock up a triangle like that on Fedor Emelianenko in his prime, amazing, man. It's so insane. Dude, Fabricio Verdum is the fucking man. When you watch his jiu-jitsu, like when he gets on top of guys, they're fucked, man.
Well, I think it was just he was a craft, the craft, like he was a technician too.
Yeah.
To be that big, but also technical.
World champion in jiu-jitsu, world top of the food chain, like jiu-jitsu, but with an MMA warrior. The guy who knocked you out.
Just a competitor,
Yeah, so like, I don't know how that fight plays out. Junior Dos Santos obviously is the striker too. You know, long in the tooth. He's been in the game for a long time since real wars.
Yeah, he's
the Shady Bay fights, the Cain Velasquez fights. No matter what you do, those take something out of you. Those
he's in crazy shape right now.
I'm sure. Well, these guys, you know, I love the fact that there's other organizations that are giving these guys a chance. And honestly, I'm a fan of the idea, at least the idea of bare knuckle MMA. Because I think
you've always said that.
Yes. So I think there's something very unrealistic about just opening up and punching people with your knuckles. You can break your hands. Yeah. And it's also defense-wise. When you have, especially boxing gloves give you this very distorted area of protection that you do not have when it's just your hands.
You got literally
like that. Well, Mike Perry talks about it. Like he's one of the most successful MMA fighter to make the conversion to bare knuckle boxing. And I think it's like he's like uniquely suited for it because he's such a dog. Yeah. Such a man.
Luke Rockhold's a monster. That check hook wasn't working on. Mike just plowed ahead and just said, "You're gonna break your hand. I'm gonna leave with this part of my head, and I'm gonna swing."
Yeah.
And it's hard to deal with that, man. When you're dealing with gloves, you can't roll the same way.
Also, like Mike has got some real experience in those fights. He's been doing it for a while now. Yeah. He's all in on bare knuckle boxing. He knows strategies. He knows to punch differently. Like, you gotta think that was Luke Rockhold's first bare knuckle boxing fight. Like you don't really get to train hard bare knuckle boxing.
Yeah.
Like you can't really spar bare knuckle boxing. You cut your face out.
It's a different thing. It's a different.
Yeah. So like every time you're in there, I would imagine at least, every time you're in there, it's a unique experience that adds to your repertoire of understanding what this thing is and how this is different than gloved MMA or boxing.
Right.
So it's just different, and Mike excels in that. Like that is where his skill set, his toughness, and his fucking grip just dominates. He dominates people.
It's almost a mindset. It's a type of person.
He's an animal.
Do that. Yeah.
Dude's a legit 100% no faking it, all animal. He's not pretending to be an animal. That is who that guy is. And when he fights in the bare knuckle boxing, he's like uniquely qualified to fucking pull up in that sport.
So let me ask you, you know, Bradley Martin on the podcast said he was gonna be, he could be Mighty Mouse, but he doesn't know Mighty Mouse. Mighty Mouse said, I'm going on vacation, going back, I'm down. They're not gonna have an MMA fight, they're gonna have a jiu-jitsu match.
Bradley Martin has no chance.
Against 125.
He has no chance. Is there a time limit?
There's not a time.
Then he has no chance.
Is that right?
Zero chance.
He's gonna get his back taken.
Oh, he's 100% gonna get choked out.
So we're gonna.
It's just gonna take time.
Yeah, we're gonna.
Because Bradley is enormous. And Bradley is so fucking strong.
He's an athlete too.
He's an athlete.
Yeah.
Yes. No, he's a fucking specimen. He's a specimen. Now, if this was in a street fight, the thing about Bradley is he can hit you with the earth. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like he can literally pick you up and you're gonna hit the earth with, what is he, like 270? 280?
And
What's
just
his weight?
he's 265, but like
Yeah.
his hands, when you grab his hands, so his hands are huge.
The amount of force that body can generate. If that guy picks you up and smashes you into the ground, your body will shatter.
Yes.
Your body will shatter.
Yes.
If you're a human being, if somehow or another Mighty Mouse fucks up and that guy can pick him up and slam him into the ground, I don't know how much Mighty Mouse is going to be able to physically do that. If that guy knows how to pick people up, if he has any wrestling at all, he's so big. And Mighty Mouse is, you know, he probably walks around at about 50 or about 45 and he cuts down to 125. He's so good. But if they just slam him, if they just do a jiu-jitsu match, Mighty Mouse is gonna get tired. He's gonna get tired. He's not gonna know the positions.
Yeah.
He's gonna get trapped.
That's what jiu-jitsu is.
Yeah.
That's what grappling is on.
It will be wild to see.
Yeah.
It's so much smaller.
Trying to do studio medicine, that's the way that.
There's some old videos of Pedro Sauer. Pedro Sauer was a legendary MMA black belt. Had a match with a bodybuilder. And Pedro Sauer is not a big guy. I want to say he's maybe, I don't want to disrespect him, but I want to say he's in the like 160 range, 170 maybe at the most. And this guy's this big fucking bodybuilder. And they had like a no rules fight in the gym. And this guy just thought he was going to fuck him up. And Pedro Sauer just kept kicking his legs. And this dude's like swinging punches and cracks with a punch. Look at the size of this guy, man. But eventually he gets the dude down. But look how skinny Pedro is. He's not a big guy.
That's not surprising to me. I mean, if you do any boxing, I mean, that like that is. You never see a boxer or a fighter like who's that awesome.
But what all Pedro's trying to do is open him up for the takedown. This is what he wants. So the dude gets on top of him. Beautiful butterfly sweep. I mean, the way he did that, he executed it so, bro. And look, the guy rolled him over though. That's how strong this fucking dude is. But it actually gets tired. Exactly. But this is not as big a size and strength disparity as Mighty Mouse and Bradley Martin. Bradley Martin is so much bigger than Mighty Mouse. This guy was bigger and stronger for sure, but you know, Pedro Sauer's not a small guy. Don't let him chill right there. Yeah, catches on. There you go. Oh, wrestling shoes on too. Wrestling shoes are giant. Imagine he taught the bodybuilder and no wrestling shoes. Isn't that amazing? Yeah. Like, why would that guy fight barefoot?
That's a team arm. Oh,
those are horrible.
Yeah.
Just do you know the one that freaks me out the most? Because it's that spiral fracture of the upper arm. I'm always like, please fucking tap. Please tap. Please tap. Please fucking tap.
That's how I am now with like when people get punched in the face too much. I don't like it. I'm on
See why you're trying to get Brendan Schaub to go fight MMA.
There's a number on the check,
Derek
bro.
Lewis.
There's a number on the check.
Derek Lewis will make you forget your childhood.
For what?
You won't remember anything below like 10th grade.
You're rich. And you're rich.
No. You gotta protect our boys, right?
That's how I texted Brendan this morning. I was training him. No, I got defense. It was fuck you.
No, he's too smart to do that. I don't care how much money we throw at him. Don't want Derek Lewis. That giant flying knee that he landed at the start of the fight. He was also practicing that bullshit for 5 years. I was ready to quit on it.
Is that what you said?
Yeah. He took his fucking pants off in the octagon. He ran around. He did the X across his deck.
He said that to him. Remember he said to his wife, I'm coming home. I'm going to eat tonight.
Yeah, he's an animal.
He's got a great sense of humor.
His fucking Instagram is the most funny Instagram.
He took it down.
No.
Yeah.
When?
I don't know. It's not up anymore, right?
The Beast UFC? Check. I hope they put it back. Suck. Come on.
Maybe it's back up.
Put it back up. So he'll like have people just getting hit by trucks and shit. It's like he's okay.
Yeah. They said you can't, he got a strike or something for that shit.
Well, he's wild. He put up everything. Gunshots, animal attacks. It's like the Derek Lewis Instagram is one of my first places I go to in the morning.
Different dudes.
While I'm taking a shit, I'm like, what does Derek find?
It's almost like you have to be a fighter.
Oh, it's
There
still
are
up.
athletes and fighters.
It's still up.
Okay. Athletes and fighters, like he's.
Oh, that's this guy.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
crazy.
That is not good. That guy's fair enough. That's those fucking dudes, man. Nobody beats the body of one pro wrestlers. You think MMA fighters beat their body up? Every pro wrestler that I talk to, Ric Flair.
Yeah, Kurt Angle.
Yeah.
Gold medalist in the Olympics said, I got more injuries by far doing pro wrestling than I did wrestling.
For sure.
Broke his neck.
For sure.
Broke his neck.
I think he had a broken neck when he was in the Olympics, bro. Yeah, I think that's the legend of Kurt Angle. He like won the Olympics with a broken neck.
A gold medal.
But
I don't think there's anything harder.
There's no harder than. Yeah, look at this. In the Olympic trials, he suffered severe neck injury, fracturing two cervical vertebrae, herniating 2 discs, and pulled 4 muscles. Nonetheless, Angle won the trials and then spent the subsequent 5 months resting and rehabilitating.
Kidding me.
Dude. 96 Olympic trials, suffers a fucking severe neck injury.
Neck.
And then went on to win the Olympics. Yeah, I mean, his neck is fucking insane. Imagine something, you break that neck.
Yeah.
Look at the size of that. That's a waist.
Yeah.
This neck is a waist. It's so big.
You know, the more you work out though, how are your injuries? How do you feel? Like, what is?
I always have something.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's nothing you can do about that.
But the way you work out now, like I work out, I still work out with Lou Parada, the greatest, one of my favorite people on the planet. He's 66-year-old guy, strong man, organized, all that. We work out maybe 20, 25 minutes. It's a motherfucker. But the way he confuses my nervous system and stuff like that, I always feel good and energized. I mean, some days we strength, other days we like what he calls hygiene. But
hygiene?
Yeah, like we'll do. It'll always be something like it'll always be something like a full body movement, right? So whether it's weighted lunges or pull-ups, I'll deadlift and stuff like that. But a lot of times it's not heavy weight. It's not a heavy day. It's just me going low, stretching it out, holding it up, and I always feel more flexible and strong. I never feel injured. I can do anything. So I was in Jordan. And this is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever done, but I was like, I'm done with this. I'm done with being on a fucking tour. And there was this Bedouin guy with an Arabian horse. I was in Petra, and I don't know what kind of me, man. I just was like, how much for you just to take me on that horse? I want to get on the horse, and I want to just ride. And I've ridden 20 fucking years. And I almost died because I had no business being on. You know the movies where you get on a horse? My sister's like, what are you doing? And I'm trying to turn it, and the horse is doing this. And it just takes off. It was that comedic.
So you were controlling the horse?
No, the horse was riding me.
Okay, but it was just you and the horse, not the guy.
No, the guys behind me were galloping and stuff like that. And I just didn't have balance. I hadn't ridden too long. I just didn't have balance on the fucking horse. I don't know.
And your estrogen's on.
And my estrogen. No, dude, I stopped doing it.
Weeping.
No, bro, I stopped doing my
Weeping when you
propecia,
saw
bro.
the horse.
I was dead behind the eyes. And I was sore for a week after that because I was trying not to die because we rode for about an hour. But the point I'm making is that I can do things like that And I'm okay without injuring myself. I can kind of do whatever it is, whether it's sand volleyball, whether it's bucket tennis, whether it's box. I was in Philly and I was with J. Rock Williams and I joined J. Rock Williams. I went to this awesome gym. And I boxed for a while. That was really fun. My coach Anthony was holding mitts. You can really push yourself and I'm okay. I'm okay. Like, I think if you train a certain way, you're not going to be injured.
Right.
And as you get older, I don't want my body to be in the way.
Yeah, weightlifting is very important.
Yes.
It's very important to keep your muscle mass, keep your strength.
Yes.
It's like there's a direct correlation between longevity and muscle mass. And there's also, from preventing injuries, from a preventing injury standpoint, to be more resilient if you fall, things along those lines. You really want to be strong. It's not even just for a vanity thing. It's just you want to be strong because it's more valuable.
Yes.
There's no value in you.
But do you lift heavy weights all the
The
time?
heaviest weight I lift is 70 pounds.
Okay, there you go. That's the same thing. That's
I
what,
do these kettlebell routines where they're really brutal, and I do them with long breaks in between. I do that Pavel Tsatsouline.
Yeah.
So what I do is, it depends on the day, but some days I'll do a body weight routine, which is much more cardiovascular intense. But when I do the kettlebell routine, I warm up with 35s, and then I do a couple of sets with 50s, where I'm just basically, doing like 10 reps, get things going, and then I switch to 70s. The 70s is when I'm doing my heavy shit. That's when I'm doing like gorilla cleans, where I'm switching arms. That's when I'm doing clean press and squats. That's when I'm doing windmills. That's what I'm doing.
and 70 pounds is not that heavy for you.
No, it's manageable, right? It's totally
But
manageable.
that's as high as you go. That's
But
important.
but if I'm having two, it's 140 pounds, right? But that's the most important thing is that everything's working. My core is working, my back is working, my legs are working, and I'm conditioning my body to be able to manipulate awkward weights and do it like with windmills and stuff like that. So that's what I try to do. That's like my overall strengthening routine. I just want to keep my body where it works really good.
Yep.
And then I max that in on the body weight days. It's push-ups, body weight squats, chin-ups, dips, pull-ups.
Yep.
And so then I do
That's
this.
what he does with me. That's exactly his philosophy. It's like, I'm not happy to lift heavy weights. I'll flip a tire and stuff, but he's like, you are at an age where your tendons, your joints, you are going to get injured. If you try to do that CrossFit stuff where you're lifting heavy weight all the
To
time,
max,
something's going to pop. It just is. You're going to be tired that day. Something's going to be off. You're not going to be focused enough.
Yeah.
Boom.
And I don't do anything to failure. And that's also what I learned from Pavel Tsatsouline. He's like, if you can do like 10 reps to failure, do 5.
Really?
Yeah, and then wait a long time, and then do another 5.
Why?
Because you're getting the same amount of work in, but you're not breaking down your tissue in the same way. And he thinks it'll help you recover quicker, and it'll condition your body to be able to do this more often.
Yeah, Luke calls it stimulate automatically. Right? So he always, you talk about a guy, what I love about working out with a guy like this guy is that he's been at it he's 66. He's trained everybody, and he's done it all. He's a bodybuilder, powerlifter. He just has seen people come and go. He's seen all the injuries, like Dorian Yates.
Yes.
Guys like that, they just know. They just know. They've seen what an overabundance of steroids do. They've seen what this does. They've seen what that does. So it's all about, it's body maintenance. It's body maintenance. Stimulus. Figured out a lot of stuff so far. It's not easy.
Yeah, you just learn to shit careful not to hurt yourself. Whenever I see guys doing candy mentions, nice.
Well, jiu-jitsu too, right? That's a good way.
Yeah, but you can do jiu-jitsu with good partners.
Yeah.
And, you guys can both trail. You go at like level 7 or level 8. You're not fucking spazzing out.
You still roll?
Yeah.
You are.
I haven't in a while, but I'm doing it again. I was just waiting for my knee to get better.
Have you ever rolled with Mr. Ryan?
No, I'm not. That seems like
Yeah. He's much bigger than I ever thought.
Yeah, I was rolling with Gabe Tuttle, who's the head instructor at Temple, and I did it for a while, but I fucked my knee up, and I realized, like, I keep fucking it up. So I stopped kicking, I haven't kicked it back in forever. And I got a bunch of stem cell injections, and I did all those knees over toes things. And I was just concerned with, this seems like it's continuing to deteriorate. And I think, like, if I continue the same activities, it's going to continue to deteriorate to a point where I can't fix it. You know, and I'm like, okay, I know how this goes. I've seen other people do it. I'm gonna do a very hard thing, which is hit the brakes on something I fucking love to do. I love martial arts training. It's the most fun, but I realized like I really can't do that right now. I can still punch the bag, and I'm like for a long time, so like for like a fucking year, I barely kicked the bag. Like, I would get around and walk up to the tackle here, but now it finally didn't hurt. And after all the stem cell treatments and all the strength and conditioning routines that I put through, now it just occasionally gets sore, but it's nothing like it used to.
What's the issue?
Oh, I have 2 reconstructed knees. And the left one, I had some meniscus removed, and recently, like 2 years ago, I suffered an MCL tear. And I didn't know it was an MCL tear. I thought it was just, you know, just tweaked or whatever. And then finally I got looked at, and so I got a bunch of stem cells on that, and that's when I stopped kicking. And I went and just did like very regularly did the heel toe stuff. The pulling the sleds backwards, the step downs.
That's funny about you talking this way. It's like as you get older, you get more like you calcify, and you gotta warm up better. You just get.
You know how I hurt
I know exactly.
How?
You were kicking.
No.
Oh, I thought you were trying to do that.
No, that was not my other knee.
What you were showing?
Yeah, that was my other. That knee's fine now. Yeah, I tore my meniscus.
I'm watching you do that going, yeah, fucking, I've been there, and it's like Shaw trying to race fucking Chappelle in a race without warming up. You're gonna fucking go both of them.
Yeah, I had jeans on, and I was 53 with no warm up. And Joe Schilling challenged me to a kicking contest.
I saw it.
I'm like, okay.
I saw it. Yeah, kicking hard, kicking hard.
Yeah, so I did tweak my knee in that. That was fairly minor. It was just annoying. But I got a bunch of stem cells to fix that too.
Right.
That doesn't bother me at all. My right knee doesn't bother me at all anymore. But my left knee, there is a piece of meniscus missing. So this is what happened. I was walking on stage at Stubbs. I was doing these shows with Chappelle. And this is during the pandemic. So we're backstage. And I'm walking the stairs at Stubbs, these concrete stairs, they kind of curve. And I'm going to turn my recorder on my phone, and I stub my toe on one of the steps and twist my knee sideways. Bad. Like in fucking pain.
Before the show?
They're bringing me up.
No.
So they bring me up on stage, and my knee is killing me, and my leg is shaking like I'm nervous. Like my left leg is
And
shaking.
you're in front of, I don't know how many thousand, 12,000 people.
No, it wasn't that big. It was like 5 meters.
Okay.
But it was
It's actually worse because they can see your knee.
Well, they definitely can see my knee was shaking, but the set went great.
Yeah.
Like, no one could tell by the material. I did the material the right way. It was, everybody was so enthusiastic. We were having so much fun, but I fucked it up so bad doing that. And then I started training Muay Thai right away. I didn't stop. I just I shot some BPC 157 into it. I waited a few days, started feeling better. I'm like, I'll just wear some knee sleeves and train. So I went, I started doing that.
Pro science.
Well, I was doing
shit to shit in my meeting.
Muay Thai in the mornings. I
Sure.
loved it. Dude, Muay Thai would come here straight from there. Just crack pads and have a good time. But it just wouldn't get better. It wouldn't get. It's also the same knee I fucked up skiing. I wiped out skiing. I got a concussion and I suffered what's called.
You wiped out skiing?
Yeah. And I got something that's called an insufficiency fracture. It's when your knees smash together because you don't have a meniscus there, and it cracked the top of my shin. Dude. Yeah, it was very annoying. That was my last ski. Because I was going around this corner and this lady was new. She didn't know what to do. And she just sliding in the middle of the trail. She just couldn't stop herself. And it was either take her out or fall. And I fell hard and banged the back of my head off the ground. Yeah. And then the rest of the day I was just
I got hit by a snowboarder, big dumb lady.
Oh.
She knocked me, I got wiped, and all she did was look back and kiss me, and I saw her down in the line, and I put my head down.
You didn't say anything?
No, I was embarrassed. I was like, I don't know, she was like a really good young girl. I was like,
She's hot, you're nervous.
No, she was too young. She was like a fucking
She just looked at you like an old man.
18-year-old, yeah, old man. Exactly. I'm like, shouldn't be on that myself.
But she just plowed into you and Gwyneth Paltrow did. Gwyneth Paltrow won that case, right? That guy seemed like he was full of shit.
Yes.
Seemed a little bit.
I watched that.
That seemed a little opportunistic.
Yeah, dude. Also,
was he saying that he hit her though?
Yes. He had all these ideas. what happened to him. He couldn't like go to dinner. He couldn't.
Oh, so he decided he was getting paid.
Yeah. Even if one of cops would really hurt me, I wouldn't sue him.
You're not funny when people do that when they just want to go away.
Shortcut.
Yeah.
You're a shortcut taker.
Yeah, you know, I don't think I'm gonna be okay, and my lawyer is saying that, Bill, we need to do something here. It's significant.
Yeah, okay.
Really
You go ahead and do that. All people who do that, I love the greatest quote I ever heard Jordan Peterson say was, in my 35 years of analysis, I've never seen anyone get away with anything ever, even once. Amen. Get that tattooed to your bucket. He said, you can twist the fabric of reality for a while, like Yankee. The piper must be paid, and the truth will get you. So you can go ahead and do all those things. You can fuck people over, you can lie, do that. But I'll see you over there. I'll be at the bottom of the river while the bodies float by.
That's a great quote, isn't it?
That's Sam Tripoli, one of my favorite people on the planet.
Well, who is that? Is that Sun Tzu?
I don't know, but Sam Tripoli is the one who says, you just gotta wait at the mouth of the river and let all the bodies float by.
Yeah, live long enough to see the bodies of your enemy drift by in the river or something. What is that? I believe it's the art of war.
I like that. I like Confucius' notion on revenge. Before you seek revenge, remember to dig 2 graves.
Yeah, that's great. That's great.
Those wise things. That's actually a really interesting idea.
Especially back when there's no doctors.
Well, yeah. That's always when you never lead you.
Here it is. It's Sun Tzu. Yeah.
Wait, let it go along. Damn. Yeah.
I think about that one last night.
One now.
Bodies of your enemies.
One now.
It's an amazing thing how, as you grow older and you have more life experiences, your perspective kind of like tightens and moves, and as you get older and as you see the world with more and more experience, you get a better and clearer picture. It makes you wonder. How many were humans when they only lived for 30? Like, how much do people really have a chance to expand?
I don't know because a lot of great things, were discovered or created probably too.
For sure.
You know, I think when you're very aware of how finite your life is, and when you're very aware that you are victim to forces that are so much stronger than yourself, whether it's disease, first of all, losing a child.
Right.
I mean, that was a reality, a common thing.
So 50%.
Lincoln lost, I think, 4 of his children. Mary Todd ended up in a mental institution because she lost 4 of her children to diseases. They don't even know what they were, a fever, probably diphtheria or whatever it was. They would just roll through towns and it didn't matter.
Poor hygiene, poor nutrition.
All that. You just,
Yeah.
and they didn't know what it was. The people would die, what is it called, malaria, whatever, consumption. Oh yeah, that was everybody. But I think that sometimes when you're aware that there's a clock, and that clock might ding at any moment.
Yeah.
You know, in Japan, when you get sentenced to death, they don't tell you what the date is. You just sit in your cell and they show up when it's your turn. It's an interesting idea because there's something about focusing your mind when you this might be your last day, and it might be forever. Things have a different gravity to them. And I think that that's where you get, amazing. I don't know if I'm right about this, but I do think that there is something to be said about having very little time, even living with pain.
Yes.
You'll create some shit.
Well, also that was the only reality available. There was no notion of, I just need to get back to civilization. There's no, I need to get to the city and everything's going to be back to normal.
No.
New York and ride the subway.
Correct.
This doesn't exist.
Yeah,
So the only reality that exists is this unbelievably difficult world of murder and violence.
Yeah, but it does something else too.
Yeah, that's
You
good.
do?
Yeah. We'll come back.
I'll secure your kids. But here's my thought on what you were saying. Here's my thought on the idea of when life is kind of included short and all that.
Yeah.
I think it's actually, in a way, it's not an accident that some of the greatest literature was written, you know, and Dostoevsky, who was, you know, living in that rudimentary world, and you have these great works of art. I think part of it is what happens is if you are basically, you don't know when you're going to die because the universe is that much of a mystery. I don't know when a disease is coming. I don't know when invaders are coming here, enslaving me. I don't know when all that stuff. There's something about creating art under those circumstances. Your mindset, you are already humbled. It is not about you. It'd be really weird to like build a huge chapel and put your name on it. You know, you didn't see great architecture, great buildings that were built, and then the architect was heralded.
Have you never been to Trump Tower Bridge?
That's very different, my friend. That's very different.
Giant gold Trump.
Yes, you wouldn't see that as much. You see kings that did that, but the artists didn't do that. Trump, you know, apparently he doesn't own a lot of those buildings.
Shut the fuck up. What are you, a communist?
I'm just saying, he leases, he puts his name on there, which is great. He's so entertaining.
He's hilarious.
But we're never gonna have.
Did you see what he tweeted or Truth Social? No. And he was like celebrating the indictment. It's like one more indictment, and then I'm shooting for the White House.
I know. It's 3 indictments, dude.
He's got Teflon.
It's well.
If he wins this though, if he wins this case, well, if he wins this case,
the only case
he can't pardon himself.
No, the only case he's going to have real trouble with, I think the other Alvin Bragg case in I think it's New York is a bullshit case where it's this obscure thing. You got these prosecutors that are looking, they're being very, very creative with the law, right? Typically with laws, it's called meat and potatoes laws. You're supposed to, when somebody breaks a law and there's laws passed, it's supposed to be something that somebody who doesn't have a law degree can understand. And like if you look at Jack Smith, who's the prosecutor in this January 6th thing, what he's being charged with, I think, is a form of fraud, defrauding the American voter, which is saying, I won the election when he knows he lost, but he never ever admitted that he lost. They can't find anybody who said that. So there's all this gray area, but the one issue he's going to have is the mishandling of classified documents, because they have him on tape saying, I know this is classified, and then I think he has a guy, they have him talking to one of his staff saying, get rid of this. That's gonna be a tough one for him. But I think the other two.
What are the punishments of mishandling classified?
There are people right now who are in jail for doing that. They're right now. And in fact, some of them I think worked for his campaign.
What is the difference between the accusations against Joe Biden, he's mishandling documents, and the accusations against Trump?
So anytime presidents are allowed to have documents in their possession when they're working on their memoirs, etc. Now, the Justice Department and the affiliated agencies, as far as I understand it, then look at what you have. And then they send you a notice to say, by the way, you have these documents that are in your possession, X, Y, and Z are classified, you have to return them. They give you a grace period in which to return those documents. So with Biden, and with a lot of other presidents, that's what happens. They say you're in possession of classified documents, you have this window to return them, and then you return them. Biden did. With Trump, he didn't. There are a number of things that he just
But I thought Biden had classified documents that his agents found.
Yeah, he did.
But wasn't that from 2014, from when he was vice president?
Yes, but the issue is not that he had those classified
That
documents.
he didn't turn them over when they were
Yes,
requested.
yes. And there's a fundamental difference there. Now, if you then are, I think he said, I could have declassified this, but I didn't. Something like that. When Trump said that, because at that point he was a private American citizen. And that's where the problem.
How these recordings, how were they obtained?
I think they're all a matter of record. I think that in discovery.
Well, how did someone record him?
I think his lawyers have. Well, a lot of what a president does when you're doing your memoirs and stuff, I think, is they record you. So you're recording a lot of things you're saying and things like that.
He was having a conversation with someone, where he was showing them the documents.
Yes.
That was recorded somehow.
Yeah, they somehow they have it on tape saying.
So was it surreptitiously recorded?
I don't know, and I didn't get that from what I followed. I think that was just something that was happening to be part of the body of evidence and discovery.
What I heard as an argument against that was that he was being braggadocious.
They're going to use whatever they can.
Yeah.
And there's a chance he might get off on all of these things. And there's no doubt that these indictments have made him stronger with his base. If the real question is, see, this is all, you're never gonna get people who say, well, Biden is really old, and we don't have an answer. Don't complain. If you're not gonna vote in primaries, we're always gonna have the candidates that the most extreme elements of each party nominates. If you want DeSantis or if you want someone else, you better vote in the primary. If you don't vote in the primary, nobody does, including me. So I'm not, scolding anybody. You ain't getting, you're getting the people that the diehard Republicans, diehard Democrats, and the most active members of that party are gonna nominate.
That's facts.
Yeah. You want to change the political system, fucking vote in the primaries. Andrew Yang, whoever you like, all these guys, that's all great, that's all adorable, and the real political operatives just look at you and go, that's cute. We'll see it.
Wild system.
Yeah. Vote in the primary.
The wild two-party system.
Yes. Now, the only thing that, like, if DeSantis crushes in, first of all, I think he should go back to being governor for 4 years, but if he wins, like, the first two states, like New Hampshire and Iowa, gets a lot of press for that, there's a chance that there could be some,
I think the Trumpers are all in. The audio recording comes from a July 2021 interview Trump gave at his Bedminster resort for people working on the memoir of Mark Meadows, Trump's former chief of staff. Special counsel's indictment alleges that those in attendance, a writer and publisher, and 2 of Trump's staff members, were shown classified information about the plan of attack on Iran.
But here's what bothers me a little bit about all this. So
Hold on a second, but let me hear what Trump says here. It says, there was no document, that was a massive amount of papers and everything that was talking about Iran and other things, Trump said on Fox, and it may have been held up or may not, but that was not a document. I didn't have a document per se. There was nothing to declassify. These were newspaper stories, magazine stories, and articles. Okay, well, if that's true, that's a completely different thing. Then that sounds like they're saying that he showed them classified documents, and he's saying I showed them a massive amount of papers and I didn't show them anything specifically. Like saying that there was nothing to declassify. There was nothing to declassify. If he's telling the truth, these were newspaper stories, magazines, stories, and articles. That's true.
You're going to have to, his lawyer's going to argue all that.
Yeah.
This is political as much as it is legal.
Well, that's what scares me. Yeah, people are behind this idea you're going to arrest you political right.
That's the biggest.
That's
not only that, but you have prosecutors that get real creative with the law. And I don't think we want a system like that. And I don't think we want, every time somebody runs for office, because now the Bidens are in trouble. I mean, Hunter Biden's in real trouble here.
Yeah.
And this guy, Devin Archer, said that Biden was on the phone on behalf of his son 20 times. And that was Devin Archer, who was also going to jail. And that was Hunter Biden's business partner. And he said he personally witnessed that. He said that on a sworn testimony. There is enough evidence to at least investigate the idea that maybe Biden took a $5 million loan. Whatever the case. But my point about this is the mainstream media, legacy media, gives that almost no attention.
Yeah.
And all you have, I think that the legacy of Donald Trump will be, in some ways, the other side was so hysterical about him being a clear and present danger to the United States. And I'm talking about Republicans, I'm talking about the deep state, I'm talking about Democrats, I'm talking about a lot of people, that they have behaved in an undemocratic, un-American way. They have bent a lot of rules, and they're bringing these indictments, 3 of which now, I think, or 4, in a period of 6 months. I don't think we want a system like that. I don't think you want people running for office and then somebody who's on the other side of the aisle gets real creative with their prosecutorial, bending the law, figuring out the gray areas of the law. And now you're spending all your money on legal fees.
Especially when there's been no answer to what they did with the Russia collusion hoax.
You can have a shift, still taken seriously.
Promoted that. They promoted that in mainstream media. They promoted that. Politicians promoted it. They called them a Russian asset.
Listen, Adam Schiff.
Play for both the apes and the team.
So